These sensitive ass that just came out of this little, I don't know where they come from, but niggas be getting wild emotional. Niggas be turning into big super police. Just be trying to have fun.
If Busta ever try to front me, hit you with no delay. So what you saying, yo? Shoulda with that 9 milli, but the devil, yo. Yeah, I do his better than him. He better not play with me. I will and perform Busta Rhymes shows.
I'm not gonna say it on here. They call them fun boys. They say we gotta have some fun boys in the section for Busta. Bro, Busta Rhymes wanted him in his section so bad. Like, what? Pulled him to the section, like through the rope, and tucked him off in the corner. So I'm looking like, well, he ain't come with us.
I'm walking through the crowd and somebody grabs my hand. Just softly put their hand in my hand and just hold it. So I look, you know, and I see this big chain that said flip mode. I look up and it's Busta Rhymes.
Did he do it, right?
Yeah,
I know you've been heavy on social media talking about it.
He did it. And I'm the only one who's been vocal about this long before it actually.
Oh, you've been saying this for a long time now.
Busta Rhymes is reportedly losing it right now, and word on the street is he's threatening 50 Cent over some explosive footage set to drop in 50's upcoming Diddy doc. We all know 50's been stacking receipts on Diddy and his wild FO parties for ages. But what's got Busta sweating? Insiders are whispering that there's actual video of him right in the middle of the madness with Diddy, and that's just scratching the surface. A while back, Busta's ex-bodyguard, Big Homie CC, came forward saying Busta's been into fun boys for years. And according to him, the nightlife crowd's been in on the secret. Big Homie Club even claimed promoters would have young men ready in VIP just to keep Busta hyped whenever he rolled through. And now it's looking like 50 might have proof to back all this up. Sources close to the scene are saying there's video from one of Diddy's parties showing Busta and Diddy in a full-blown wild session with multiple men, allegedly adult workers hired by Diddy himself. This footage could shake things up in a major way.
Busta, I got to ask you, there has been so much going on in the music industry pertaining to Diddy. How closely are you paying attention to his case, the allegations?
I don't pay attention to none of it. I just kind of like to pay attention to the truth.
But wait, it gets even messier. Now, multiple men are coming forward, claiming Busta allegedly made some real uncomfortable moves on them. They're saying every time they bumped into him, he'd be pushing hard for them to hit the party scene with him, Diddy style. At this point, it's looking like Busta might be next in line for a full-blown expose, and with 50 Cent calling the shots on this Netflix doc, Busta's threats aren't doing anything but adding fuel to the fire. If anything, he might have just guaranteed himself a bigger spotlight in the 50's film. So what's really behind all this panic? Why is Busta suddenly spiraling? And what kind of dirt does 50 really have that's got him this shook? Let's break it all down. Because something serious is going on behind the scenes. With all the heat surrounding Busta Rhymes right now, you already know 50 Cent wasn't about to stay quiet.
I seen you talking about Busta Rhymes before.
Oh, yeah.
In some of your videos.
Oh, yeah. Super zest monster. For sure, bro. That's my thing, bro. Like, this been common knowledge, though. Like, all my promoter homies would always say, man, you know, we gotta bring some, we gotta bring some, what they call them, I'm not gonna say it on here. They call them, fun boys.
Right before they both hit the stage at the Humor and Harmony Comedy Fest, 50 was cracking jokes, worried Busta might show up in something wild, like that legendary yellow fit from the 1999 MTV VMAs. 50 even threw shade on the gram, posting a pic of Busta in that crazy yellow outfit saying, Busta cannot wear this to Humor and Harmony? Busta, I don't care who made the outfit. You better pull up to Shreveport in something fresh. Lowell.
I say we gotta have some fun boys in the section for Busta. Cause you know, I bodyguarded for Ghostface before. You feel me? And being around him, you hear things. You feel me? I'm like, damn. And my auntie like the biggest Busta Rhymes fan. You feel me? Like every cookout she playing it. all his little fast rapping, all of that, him and Craig Mack playing that.
But Busta wasn't just gonna let that slide. He fired back with an AI-generated photo of 50 looking real suspect and captioned it, "I keep telling you the blessings don't stop, so we ain't never gonna stop. I thought it was Father's Day, 50 Cent. And you out here looking like this? Don't let me catch you prepping your look like this in the mirror for Shreveport." At the time, it looked like just some harmless trolling between the two.
Bro, on my soul, I'm out with a group of people. At this time, I was with Don Benjamin. You familiar with him?
No, I never heard of him.
Model dude, like a model guy. He be doing like some rapping and stuff. His name Don Benjamin. I'm out with Don Benjamin. And the club we ended up going to, Busta Rhymes in there. So it was a little lawyer guy that was with us.
But now, with all this other drama, it hits way different. Now insiders are saying 50 wasn't just playing, he's dead serious and might really be sitting on some crazy footage of Busta and Diddy caught up in the mix. But before we even get to that, we gotta rewind to the wild claims about Busta's VIP scene and those Fun Boys rumors. If you missed it, Busta's former bodyguard, Big Homie CC, recently dropped a bomb in an interview with The Art of Dialogue. He straight up called Busta a super zest monster, saying Busta's been acting real questionable around young men for years.
And the little lawyer guy we was with, he was a gay dude, super cool, feel me, good guy. Bro, Busta Rhymes wanted him in his section so bad. Like, what? Pulled him to the section, like through the rope, and tucked him off in the corner. So I'm looking like, well, he ain't come with us. But I know he was in the little group. So if I go out with somebody, like a group of people, I try to make sure everybody get there together and leave.
According to Big Homie, this wasn't even a secret in the industry, especially not among club promoters. Allegedly, whenever Busta got booked for a party, the promoters already knew what time it was. They made sure his VIP section was fully stocked with the kind of entertainment he expected. And apparently, it was a regular thing.
Together. No, he stayed with them. He stayed in there with them, bro. For sure, bro. You ain't never heard about this before, have you? Bro, this common knowledge, bro. Like, if you in the mix, bro. If you in the mix, like I've been in the mix, you know this, bro.
Big Homie didn't stop there. He spilled tea about one wild night at the club involving actor-model Don Benjamin and one of Don's friends, who happened to be a gay man. And according to Big Homie, the second Busta Rhymes laid eyes on the guy, it was game on.
So, I hear somebody say, "Oh, he's cute, I want him." So when I heard that, I turned around like, man, did he just say that? Man, you got all this jewelry to attract some men in here? You wild. Shocked me. But sure enough.
And that was the guy that Busta Rhymes pulled back?
He pulled him into the section.
He claimed Busta moved fast, pulling the man straight into his VIP section. And here's the crazy part. He wouldn't let him leave. Big Homie said Busta was all over him the whole night, keeping him close like he was glued to his side. And this wasn't just some random moment either.
Pulled him into the section, and then they walled him off like this man. I'm like, damn. And that little dude was so happy. He couldn't believe that. He was shocked.
Big Homie said this kind of thing happened all the time. Club promoters supposedly had it down to a science. Whenever Busta showed up, they knew they had to gather the sharpest looking men for his VIP, because once Busta locked in on someone, it was a done deal. Big Homie also said Busta was calling that man cute all night and made sure he stayed right there in VIP. Like once he had him in, there was no leaving. But here's where things take an even crazier turn. According to Big Homie, folks in the industry have known about Busta's real preferences for over a decade. And when asked why no one ever outed him, Big Homie kept it real.
How long has it been like this known about Busta Rhymes?
Well, I knew about this like in 2012. I knew about this in 2012.
How come you think nobody else speaks up on it or says anything?
Because, bro, these people admire these people so much they want to make sure they in the section.
Everybody wants to be in that VIP with Busta. Then he dropped another bombshell that's not getting enough spotlight, allegations about Busta's past behavior toward women. Big Homie hinted that there could be something deeper going on. He suggested that, like a lot of men who secretly live a different lifestyle, Busta might be carrying some built-up resentment toward women. That kind of emotional conflict, according to him, could be showing up in how Busta's treated certain women over the years.
They at the club, they at the video shoot, they can get backstage. That matter most to them. That matters so much to people. It's crazy. Like, but if you notice, like, it's countless videos of Busta Rhymes getting mad at females for just being girls. This girl touched him one time, he go crazy, throw a drink on her and everything. See what I'm saying? Like, what? Why you getting mad at females?
If you think this is just one ex-bodyguard chasing clout, think again. There's a whole lineup of men stepping up with their own jaw-dropping Busta stories. Back in 2020, social media personality Trip Ali hit YouTube with a wild claim. He said Busta tried to scoop him up in NYC while he was just headed to a Halloween party.
You go to these guys, they in the club, go to their section. It's all men in the section. That ain't weird to nobody. I'm going to the bar, sorry. Text me if it get dangerous. But there's all this club security in here, like nothing's finna happen. Nobody wanna kill you guys, bro. Like when I get jobs from people who really got a threat on their life, I move way different. But man, you ask, bro, anybody that's in the mix, bro, like you know, bro.
According to Trip, Busta personally invited him to the VIP section. At first, he thought it was just a regular club vibe, but things took a turn real quick, and it ended up way more intense than he ever expected. Things got real messy when Trip got into a heated fight with his friend, who wasn't feeling the idea of sliding to Busta's party.
Most of these dudes, bro, putting on a major act. They don't want to be themselves.
It's crazy.
They'll get mad at you for buying bottles of champagne to get the girls. They'll get mad, oh, we don't want these bottle rats in our section. What are we here for? Why are y'all here then? What are y'all here for? Just because y'all got booked to be here, okay, but sometimes they not booked. They just in there. So, and what they looking for, it ain't gonna be what you thinking of, on God. Seen it.
But if the argument got so intense, it turned into a full-blown physical altercation. Trip was so shaken by it all that he ditched the whole club plan. On top of that, his friend ended up leaving him stranded in the middle of New York City. But honestly, that might have been a hidden blessing. Cause who knows what could have gone down if he actually made it to Busta's VIP that night. Fast forward to 2021, and the whispers started up again. Word was, Busta was back out here, allegedly trying to pick up men in the club scene. But it didn't stop there. Paparazzi reportedly caught him leaving a gay pride event with a trans woman, which added even more fuel to the fire. And just recently, Orlando Brown had the internet losing it all over again.
We made love.
Who you made love with?
Diddy, Bow Wow, Busta Rhymes.
You just told me you see Busta in the airport too. That motherfucker try to act like he didn't know you. You smashed Drake?
No, I never smashed.
Oh, you made love to Drake.
What's that name? Terrence Howard.
Terrence Howard.
Terrence Howard. Usher. Usher's a gusher.
When he claimed he'd been with multiple men in the industry. Not just Diddy, but Busta too, along with a whole crew of other names. Now look, most folks brush off Orlando Brown when he goes off on his wild rants.
And
why you not naming those?
I'm telling you, bro, it's my dad's friends. My dad sent his baddest friends on me.
Who's your dad?
Lucifer.
But if you really listen to some of his recent interviews, where he sounds way more level-headed, you might start to realize he's actually making a lot of sense. Now, Busta possibly being on the DL is one thing, but what's not being talked about enough is how, just like Diddy, he's got a long track record of putting his hands on people over the pettiest stuff. His legal mess goes way back to 2006, when prosecutors tried to slap him with a weapons charge after an incident with some random passerby. And here's the crazy part. According to Billboard, they claim Busta had a whole machete hidden in his ride. Fast forward to 2007, and Busta was back in hot water, this time getting arrested on a misdemeanor for allegedly roughing up his own driver during a money dispute. He ended up pleading guilty to both charges and caught 3 years of probation. But the drama didn't end there. Not even close. Busta just kept finding himself in more trouble as the years went on. Back in 2009, the New York Post dropped a bomb. Busta had to cough up $75,000 to a fan who claimed Busta threw water bottles at him and had his bodyguard punch him in the face. And get this, the fan said all he did was try to leave the show early. According to him, he pulled up hoping to see Fabulous, but when Fab didn't show, he stood up to head out while Busta was wrapping up his set. That's when Busta allegedly lost it, shouting, "Get down! I'm not good enough for you," before tossing 2 more bottles and having his bodyguard handle him. Knowing Busta's rep for having a short fuse,
I'm walking, New York City, going to a club. It was Halloween weekend, everybody was out. And it was this party we was going to, me, my boy, and his friend that had came in from Detroit. And I'm walking across the street.
It really ain't shocking he's been tight with Diddy since way back in the 90s. But besides those tempers, there's another alleged connection. Both of them being into much younger men. And let's be real, Busta's whole reaction to this Diddy drama is looking real shaky. Cause when the accusations against Diddy started gaining steam,
Busta Rhymes just grabbed my hand. And he holding my hand. Now I ain't know it was Busta at first. Busta Rhymes tall. I'm sure I came up to about right here. So the first thing I noticed was this big flip mode chain that was blinding me. So I look at the chain and I look up, I'm like, "Oh, what's up, Busta? What's up?"
Busta was quick to tell fans to hold back judgment and not jump to conclusions, which had folks raising eyebrows for real. Now seriously, why would Busta even feel the need to speak up unless he was low-key trying to defend somebody? Especially when we're talking about serious DVSA allegations and multiple victims reportedly involved, including younger ones. Telling folks to mind their business in a situation like that, it makes him look real suspicious. But fast forward to now, the Diddy scandal has straight up blown up. We're talking federal raids, lawsuits flying left and right, and now an official indictment. And suddenly, Busta's out here pretending like he don't even know Diddy. He's dodging questions and acting like he's never been part of the scene. But let's keep it a buck. He can't duck this forever.
Now he holding my hand the whole time. I'm like, "What's up, man?" Like, "What you doing?" And I was like, "Oh, me and my people, we about to go to this club around the corner. What's up, man?" And then I noticed throughout my peripheral vision, the side eye, this big bodyguard in black. Just standing there, looking around, looked at me,
Word on the street is 50 Cent's upcoming Diddy documentary is about to start naming names, and Busta Rhymes is allegedly on that list. And if there's one thing we all know about 50, it's that he don't forget anything. He's one of the few rappers who refused to party with Diddy from the jump and saw through the shady stuff happening behind the scenes early on. See? 50 Cent's always been the type to move smart, strategic with every step. Just because he wasn't out there wilding with Diddy doesn't mean he wasn't watching everything go down. You better believe he was sitting back, taking mental notes on every rapper who said yes to those private invites. And now, it's 50's moment to blow the lid off it all. Insiders are saying this upcoming Diddy documentary might just be the industry's biggest nightmare, because nobody's safe. The streets have been buzzing for years about which rappers allegedly got down with Diddy in ways they don't want public.
He says, you know, I'm about to go in this club. You know, we got a section. You know, you can come in with me if you want. And I'm like, word, for real? Like, that's what's up. Like, he was like, yeah. I was like, well, I got to, you know, tell my people. I was like, I come in. You know what I'm saying? He was like, okay, just let me know, you know, tell them that you coming in there to meet with me and come on up. And I was like, bet. So, of course, I'm excited. You know what I'm saying? Busta Rhymes is one of my favorite artists of all time.
And word is, Busta Rhymes is definitely one of the names on that list. We still don't have a locked-in release date, but here's what we do know. 50's producing it under G-Unit Films and Television Inc., and it's dropping on Netflix. It's also being directed by Emmy Award-winning filmmaker Alex Stapleton, so expect top-tier, no-holds-barred storytelling. And here's where it really heats up. Busta reportedly already knows what's coming. Sources close to him are saying he's been working the phones, trying to pull strings behind the scenes, and even warning 50 to leave his name out the documentary. But we all know 50 don't take kindly to threats, so this might backfire big time. Let's keep it real. Busta's so-called warnings probably just made 50 go even harder. If you know anything about 50 Cent, then you already know. He lives to prove a point. The more someone tries to shut him up, the louder he gets. So if Busta's name is really on that list, there's no chance 50's cutting him out now. Now here's the real question. What's Busta so shook about? If there's nothing to hide, why not just brush it off and keep it pushing? So let me know, do you think Busta's really tangled up in Diddy's mess? Or is his name just getting tossed around in the chaos? And more importantly, is 50 Cent's documentary about to shake the whole industry to the core? Sound off in the comments below, and if you're loving the tea, don't forget to like, subscribe, share, and hit that notification bell so you don't miss what's coming next. Catch you in the next one.
You would tell me, Maze, chill. No, chill for what? Who is this?
I got your keys to your Rolls Royce. I got your keys to your McLaren.
There is a difference coming into the city as our friend versus by yourself.
It's plenty ways you can get in touch with me. Man, don't get on no internet and do nothing publicly. Don't do nothing dealing with no publicity. None of that pussy and shit.
So, 50 Cent is out here losing it. Things got real messy after Jay Prince leaked some wild paperwork accusing 50 of being a snitch. And now it's looking like Jay Prince might have finally picked the wrong fight. People are side-eyeing 50 hard, especially since he's been calling Big Meech a snitch. But now folks are saying he might have been doing the same thing behind the scenes. Jay Prince didn't stop there. He allegedly faked some documents claiming 50 was working with the feds too. Yep, you read that right? Faked them. That's what folks are saying, at least. But 50 wasn't about to sit back and take it. He came for Jay hard, calling him a straight-up liar, a fake tough guy, and a bully who gets rich off scamming young rappers. 50's blasting him for hiding behind a fake gangster image while allegedly robbing artists blind. Now people are sitting here like, wait, is there a chance 50 really did snitch? And if not, why would Jay Prince go so far to spread a lie like that? What's the motive? Either way, this whole thing is wild, and you better buckle up because we're about to dig into all this juicy drama. So now, word on the street is, 50 Cent is going all in on Big Meech and refusing to let up. He's keeping the pressure on heavy, still pushing those snitching claims like he's got something to prove.
Because, be throwing rocks and hiding their hand, right? They be throwing rocks and hiding their hand. And
this beef has the whole internet split down the middle. Some folks are saying 50 has no business calling anybody a snitch when there's rumors about him too, while others are convinced Big Meech really is a rat in the rap game. Things got even crazier when rapper Top 5 jumped into the mix. He hit the timeline with a fiery post, dragging Big Meech for sliding into his DMs. He didn't hold back, straight up called him a rat and then tagged 50 Cent.
This fucking rat thought he could DM me and tap in. Yo, 50 Cent, come get this fake 6-year-old kingpin out of my making DMs, nigga. Should have worked a regular job like my father, nigga. Big Meech, Big Screech. Yo, Lil Meech, call me Lil.
Everybody knows how 50 Cent gets down. No one wants to end up on his bad side, but at the same time, nobody wants to look like a straight-up yes man either. Still, some people are bold enough to come at him directly. And of course, Jay Prince had to step in, because when does he ever stay quiet? He jumped right into the drama and went full savage on 50, calling him everything but a child of God. Jay made it clear he's riding with Big Meech all the way, which honestly didn't shock anybody. That alliance has been obvious for a minute. But Jay didn't just talk. He allegedly pushed things even further by putting out fake paperwork, claiming 50 Cent was working with the feds. Yep, fake documents. According to some gossip blogs, Jay's been running his mouth all over IG stories, throwing shade like it's his full-time job. Word is, he thinks 50's just name-dropping Big Meech for attention and clout. This beef is way past petty now. It's straight up personal.
I'm gonna answer a few of y'all questions, then I'm gonna have to go about my business. You can see I'm just relaxing, letting God's air blow on my face in a sucker-free environment.
So get this. There's talk that Jay Prince made a wild claim on his Instagram, then deleted it real fast before the blogs could catch it. And what was the crazy thing he said? Supposedly, he claimed he was the original founder of the BMF brand. Yeah, let that sink in. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. Behind the scenes, insiders are saying Jay Prince might be making some real shady moves. There are whispers that he allegedly sent some of his people to try and shut 50 Cent up for good. But if there's one thing we know about 50, it's that he's not the type to fold under pressure. A lot of folks out here are getting tired of Jay Prince and all the drama that seems to follow him and his crew. More and more young rappers are starting to straight up reject Jay Prince and his so-called boss behavior.
I'm gonna tell you another thing. When you're dealing with older people, they're the last to know that things have changed. We not your lord. Like, the way you talking, I don't get what you mean. We're not your little niggas. Like, for real, all that big homie stuff, that's for little niggas. Little niggas have big homies. We're not little niggas, so we don't even respect big homies. I know it doesn't, and for me, I never respected niggas in the streets. That's why I always got the problems I got.
They're done playing nice and making it loud and clear. They're not rocking with his shady antics anymore. If you've been paying attention, then you already know Jay Prince always seems to be tied up in some kind of sketchy business. He loves to act like he's protecting the culture, but in reality, people are saying he's just out here setting traps for others while hiding behind that OG image. Word is, Jay Prince and his son, Jazz Prince, have been hosting these rigged dice games that leave people walking away broke, or not walking away at all. Allegedly, folks have lost thousands at these games, and in some cases, their lives.
Wax, that's the jeweler that got doing the Boosie dice game. Ooh, yep. So he was shooting against Boosie and he got past the loaded dice. So, his name was Duke the jeweler. They said Boosie set him up. Now your story makes more sense.
That's how deep it supposedly gets. For those who don't know, Jay Prince is the CEO and co-founder of Rap-A-Lot Records, one of the biggest labels to ever come out of Houston. He sees himself as a kingpin, always flexing the title King of H-Town. And his sons, Jay Prince Jr. and Jazz Prince, they move like royalty in the streets of Houston, acting like the city belongs to them. They're deep in the music and boxing worlds, but behind the scenes, a lot of people are starting to see through the act. They're a prime example of when folks say there's a huge difference between being famous and being respected.
All entertainers, when you go to Houston, stay away from Jay Prince Jr. There's a whole play going on. Here go the play right here.
And let's not forget, being notorious ain't the same as being respected. There's this unspoken rule in the industry that when rappers or celebs land in Houston, they're expected to check in with Jay Prince and his crew. Basically, they've got to report in like it's a mob visit. The deal? Jay Prince offers security and protection. But trust, it ain't out of love for the city. This isn't charity, it's a hustle. Jay's turning that check-in culture into a full-blown business, raking in hundreds of thousands by charging rappers crazy money just to stay safe while visiting H-Town. And the wild part? The people these rappers are supposedly being protected from are the same dudes working for Jay Prince.
Let me catch Jay Prince Jr. up here. Me and you gonna get down.
Why? You hate him that much?
If I catch him up here, no jumper, let me catch that. He bet not ever get an interview up here.
I had him on the podcast 2019.
Yeah, okay, but he bet not come now.
He is welcome here anytime. I will roll out the red carpet.
Try me.
Jay Prince Jr., you are invited. Come pay us a visit.
He's too scared to come up here.
Scared?
That dude ain't coming up here. You know I'm in the building. And you know
Mob
better.
ties, buddy.
And you know better.
I'm not going for it.
Yeah, you know better.
I think he...
That's the real game here. He allegedly sends his people to press or intimidate any rapper who skips the check-in. Then he shows up acting like the hero, offering to keep things cool for a steep price. It's a dirty cycle where he creates the problem and sells the solution. That move is straight out of a street playbook. And if that wasn't shady enough, let's not forget the whispers still floating around about those rigged dice games. More scams and more traps. Jay Prince's name keeps popping up, and it's never for anything clean. Jay Prince and his son Jazz Prince have been running these high-stakes dice games in Houston, and people are starting to see them for what they really are. Death traps in disguise. Word is, the whole setup is rigged, and the stakes are so wild that folks could literally lose their lives over one bad roll. The rumors exploded after Takeoff's heartbreaking death, with many pointing fingers at Quavo for bringing him into that circle in the first place.
Clown that came here, I wish he would have never came with Quavo. I wish he would have never brought this nigga into Houston because he can't think. You know what I mean? This whole root of everything happening is from his action. And to be frank, honest about the situation, I wish that bullet would have hit him instead of Takeoff, because he was the one that deserved that.
But if we're being honest, Takeoff wasn't the first rapper to lose his life after one of those games. Just months before Takeoff's tragedy, Chicago's own Duke the Jeweler pulled up to one of Jay Prince's dice nights. He hit it big, walked away with a fat $100,000 win. But here's the thing, in a rigged setup like that, he wasn't supposed to win. And he didn't even make it back to his car before things turned deadly. Duke got ambushed out of nowhere, robbed, shot, and left lifeless. His cash and jewelry snatched.
Can y'all elaborate on dice game when it's tied to y'all?
I know people were associating me with that Duke the Jeweler situation because I went to LaBusa pool party and he happened to be there and he happened to be standing on me. I mean, right next to me. The truth is, I never met him before. I had no idea who he is. I didn't even know he was a jeweler until after his passing. And then the night of that game isn't the night that he got leaving Boosie concert the next night because somebody tried to rob him. So, you know, the internet play internet games. But this is a situation with a dude that I didn't even know. I ain't know his name. I had no knowledge of him. I ain't know he was from Chicago. I ain't know he was a jeweler.
And Jay Prince? For someone who claims to be the keeper of order in Houston, he didn't lift a finger. Word on the street is, Duke never checked in with Jay Prince when he touched down in Houston, and that didn't sit right with the so-called boss of the city. Connect the dots how you want, but folks are saying that might have sealed his fate. And Jay's shady rep didn't stop there. When he tried pulling the same stunt with NBA YoungBoy, it backfired. Big time. Back in 2020, YB had a wild experience when his spot got hit. He was down in Houston but didn't check in with Jay Prince or his crew, and supposedly, that didn't sit well with them. So, what happened next? Some masked up burglars hit YB's place while he was gone and took off with his chains and keys to multiple high-end whips. We're talking serious cars here. A white Bentley, a white Rolls Royce, and a 2020 white McLaren GT. And just when you think it couldn't get more grimy, The same dudes who pulled off the job allegedly reached out to YB and demanded $30,000 to get his stuff back. Straight extortion moves. That wasn't just some random robbery, it was personal, and it had Jay Prince's name circling all over it. Fans clocked the whole setup and started asking, was this about respect or control? But YB didn't stay quiet. He fired back with a video, straight up clowning the burglars, called them little kids who had no clue what they were doing, basically laughing in their faces. But just when you thought it couldn't get messier, Jay Prince stepped in and made the whole situation even worse. Jay claimed that the same burglars somehow got in touch with him and handed over all of YB's stolen stuff, chains, car keys, everything.
The little homie young boy place got broke into. People went in his place, disrespected different things, and I got a call about it. And the little homies that went into this place want to make that right because they understand that, you know what I mean, young boy family is okay with me. And as you can see, homie, to make a long story short, I got your keys to your Rolls Royce. I got your keys to your McLaren. You know, all that they took.
Sounds generous? Nah, YB wasn't falling for that setup. He saw right through it. Instead of staying silent, YB called out Jay Prince publicly, saying he should have reached out privately instead of blasting his name all over the internet. And let's be real, YB knew what time it was. He wasn't about to pull up just to get finessed into paying more than the burglars originally wanted. That whole thing screams setup.
Hey, I don't want no friends. I don't want no new relationships. All that pussy. Hey, I don't respect none of this shit, man. If you got something for me, man, they got plenty of niggas around me you could call. Nigga, it's plenty ways you could get in touch with me. Man, don't get on no internet and do nothing publicly. Don't do nothing dealing with no publicity, none of that pussy and shit. And I'm good on them keys, gangster. When you buy shit cash, two keys come with the car anyway. Mind your f***ing business, man.
And it's not just YB calling Jay Prince out. Even folks like Cameron and Mahe spoke on it, saying the whole check-in culture needs to end. They dragged Jay Prince, calling him nothing but an old-school bully still playing street games in his grown years, told him to cut it out and stop acting like some wannabe kingpin clinging to a lifestyle that's way past its expiration date. Even Whack 100 jumped in and put Jay Prince and his sons on blast. He didn't hold back, especially when it came to Jay Prince Jr. Whack straight up called him out, questioning why he thinks it's cool to be running these shady rigged dice games and scamming rappers every time they touch down in Houston. It's giving con artist energy, not respect.
Steve, what are you talking about? What are you bro? I lost mad respect for you because I used to have mad respect for you. When you had Shakur with you, when you lined Young Boy NBA up, why the f you got Shakur with you? And this is why he acting like that. This is exactly why he acting like that. Talking about you got Young Boy NBA umbrellas and his keys to his car. Young Boy NBA told y'all niggas eat a dick. This is what he said. This is what Young Boy NBA said. Whack 100 was the most disrespect. Wild disrespect. I ain't even gonna repeat the Whack 100 said. Mad disrespect.
Now back to the 50 Cent and Big Meech drama. 50's not letting up, and he made it crystal clear that Jay Prince is the last person who should be calling anyone a snitch. In 50's eyes, not only is he not one, but Jay Prince has enough dirt on his own name to keep him busy for a lifetime. So what do you think? Should 50 be watching his back around Jay Prince? Or is Jay Prince just doing all this for attention? Drop your thoughts in the comments. Make sure to like, subscribe, share, and hit that bell so you don't miss what's coming next. And definitely check out the next video, because the tea's just getting hotter. See you there.
Ross take a shot at you a couple weeks ago about a girl that you're not even with no more. And then, what is it with you and Ross that's just been going on for so long?
I spend it to you, right? Nothing else works for him outside of mentioning me. When things get bad.
Just seen a clip of the Wallow show where he was interviewing 50 Cent and the other little dude asked him a question. Small talk.
Rick Ross is not playing around with the disrespect. He just clapped back at 50 Cent and Jilly for throwing shade and calling him broke. Yeah, They really tried it. And anytime Rick's name gets dragged into the mess, you know it's about to get real wild, real quick. Let's break down how this whole drama popped off and why Ross is standing 10 toes down, refusing to back off. This whole saga? It's old school, but it still hits like it's brand new. The Rick Ross versus 50 Cent beef has been brewing for years, and this is just the latest episode in their long-running feud. It all kicked off back in 2008, when Ross claimed 50 gave him a shady look at the BET Awards. Yeah, just a look. That one moment sparked a fire that's been burning ever since. By early 2009, Ross came out swinging with his diss track Mafia Music, where he went straight for 50's personal business. 50 didn't waste a second firing back. He dropped Officer Ricky, go ahead, try me, and started throwing serious shots. He mocked Ross for his past job as a corrections officer and didn't hold back, calling him a fat and putting his history on blast. But it didn't stop with tracks. 50 took it to another level and turned the beef into a straight-up comedy show. He created a whole character named Pimpin' Curly, and in February 2009, he dropped a wild video titled A Psychic, roasting Ross like it was a stand-up routine gone rogue. Things got real messy when 50 Cent took the beef way past the music. He straight up exposed DJ Khaled's mom's workplace and home. Yeah, he really went there. That move had people shook like, did he seriously just do that? But 50 wasn't done. He somehow got his hands on a sex tape featuring Rick Ross's baby mama, Lastonia Leviston, and added his own wild commentary over the whole thing.
I just seen a clip of the Wallow show where he was interviewing 50 Cent and the other little dude asked him a question, small talk. But ultimately, the question that should have been asked was, you jumped out there during the beef, the West Coast versus the Canadian, and I thought Dr. Dre put you on. I thought Dr. Dre was the set. I thought you was loyal to Dr. Dre. You mean you went with the Canadian over Dr.
That stunt ended up costing him big time. In 2010, Lastonia sued 50 for leaking that tape without her okay. And by July 2015, the court hit him with a jaw-dropping $5 million in damages, plus an extra $2 million in penalties. That's a $7 million L just for getting too petty. But even after that massive blow, the drama didn't cool off. In 2013, 50 jumped on Twitter to mock Ross after he got into a car crash while trying to dodge gunfire. Like, no sympathy at all, just straight clowning. And over the years, these two kept sneak dissing each other online and in interviews, never letting the beef die. By 2020, Ross shut down any talk of doing a versus battle with 50, throwing shade by asking if 50 was even still relevant. And just when things seemed quiet, 50 came back for more. He roasted the sales for Ross and Meek Mill's collab album Too Good to Be True, laughing at the 31,000 first week numbers. Ross didn't flinch, brushing off the hate and reminding everyone, we both still making money regardless. This whole feud's been fueled by personal shots, deep disrespect, and no signs of squashing it. And now, they're back at it again, with Ross and 50 locking horns like the beef never left. The latest fire in the 50 Cent and Rick Ross saga lit up when 50 pulled up to the $1 Million Worth of Game podcast with Jilly and Wallow. Jilly didn't waste time. He brought up how Ross had been throwing slick shade lately, especially taking little jabs at 50. That's when 50 let it rip. He said Ross only brings up his name when things start going south just to chase some clout. Nothing else works for him, 50 said. Outside of mentioning me, when things get bad, you mention me, it gets covered for you. Shots fired. Rick Ross clapped back hard, throwing shade at 50 Cent's recent land purchase in Shreveport, Louisiana. He tried to clown him by calling it cheap land, like 50 could only afford some discount property. Then Ross took it a step further and flexed heavy, saying he's got another 100 plus acres behind his own estate, and even told 50 he could pull up and film something there if he wanted. Major flex. But Ross didn't stop there. He kept the brag train rolling, talking big about how his car show brought 15,000 people straight to his estate, turning his property into a whole stadium. This back and forth just proves that their beef is far from dead. Every shot they take now is about who's richer, who's winning harder, and who can flex louder. But things took a twist when Ross decided to drag Jilly into the mess, just because he hosted the podcast where 50 made his comments. Jilly wasn't about to sit quiet, though. He snapped back quick on IG. All he wrote was, "What did I do? Your beef is not with me, black man." That said everything. Real talk. It was kind of weird Ross even name-dropped Jilly when he barely said a word during the whole back and forth. That laugh Jilly let out. Yeah, it was loud, like real loud. But let's be real, that's just what happens when 50 Cent starts cooking somebody. He's got that wild energy where he roasts his enemies, and people can't help but laugh right along with him. It's classic 50. The man knows how to flip a moment into pure entertainment. Most folks online think 50 walked away with the upper hand this round. And honestly, no one's shocked. One commenter backed up what 50 said in the interview, calling it straight up facts. "I get covered everywhere. They get blog mentions." Another fan claimed 50 basically gave Ross a free masterclass during the podcast, saying, "If Ross wasn't listening, that's on him." Some even said 50 dropped $1 million worth of game on Ross on his own turf. The back and forth between these two proves one thing. This beef isn't dying down anytime soon. Their history is long, their egos are huge, and neither one is willing to back off. To them, making peace looks weak, and let's not ignore the facts. This feud keeps their names hot in the streets. Every diss, every shady post, every sarcastic laugh, it all keeps the spotlight on them. But now, it ain't just about bars or tracks anymore. It's personal. They've gone after each other's families, their pockets, even dropped each other into legal battles. That tape situation, that wasn't petty, that was next level. And when it gets that deep, forgiving ain't on the table.
Ross take a shot at you a couple weeks ago about a girl that you're not even with no more. And then, what is it with you and Ross that's just been going on for so long?
I spend it to you, right? Nothing else works. For him, outside of mentioning me. When things get bad, you mention me. It gets covered further. You see TMZ is a 50 Cent said this is going to be bad for Irv Gotti's career.
50's pockets took some serious hits too, which only added more tension to this wild saga. One of the biggest reasons this beef just won't fade is simple. Neither of these two respects the other's hustle. They downplay each other's success like it's a sport. And now that we live in the Instagram era, one shady post can spark a whole new war. And their fans, they love it. They hype it up, drop memes, and keep the drama alive. This feud has basically become part of their brand in hip-hop. And let's be honest, long-term beefs are a staple in the culture. Even though it feels like this one's set to last forever, there are a few ways it could end. Industry legends like Dr. Dre have already tried to calm things down before. He could step in again. And now that both Ross and 50 are making big moves outside music, into TV, liquor, business deals, this kind of drama might start to feel like bad business. They might even just outgrow it with age. Or who knows? Maybe a huge project comes along that forces them to link up and bury the hatchet for the bag. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. This beef is rooted in disrespect, pride, and attention.
I get covered across the board. They get covered on the hip-hop blogs. It is what it is. Yeah. And you watch, because I have nothing else to say. You'll just see it happen periodically as they go.
Unless something major shifts, these two are going to keep trading shots for a while. And it's not just Ross. 50 Cent stays wrapped up in internet drama. He's constantly throwing shots at other celebs. People are starting to see the pattern, though. It's clear 50 uses controversy to keep his name everywhere. This isn't new. It's just another round in the same game he's been playing for years. 50 Cent's history of stirring up drama goes way back. He's clashed with everybody from Ja Rule to Kanye, even throwing shade at Madonna. His signature move? Roasting folks over their flops, scandals, or embarrassing public moments. Whether it's a failed album or a messy situation, 50 knows exactly how to flip it into spotlight material. That's how he stays trending. Always in the mix. Fans are torn about his style. Some folks live for the savage clapbacks and the way he keeps things funny and unfiltered. Others think he takes it too far, acting petty and burning bridges he might need later. It's a double-edged sword. Yeah, it keeps him relevant. But it also rubs some people the wrong way, whether it's artists or fans who aren't down with the non-stop trolling. When it comes to the Rick Ross beef, don't expect a truce anytime soon. Both of them have made it clear they're not trying to settle anything. And in the world of hip-hop, beef like this only adds fuel to the fire. It boosts attention, streams, and headlines. 50's been using that formula for years, and it's clearly still working. At the end of the day, 50 Cent knows how to play the game. Whether it's music, TV, or feuds, he stays feeding the public something to talk about. His war with Rick Ross, just another chapter in a long list of legendary beefs, and neither one looks ready to throw in the towel. As long as 50 can flip the drama into buzz, expect more shots, more shade, and more wild headlines. This saga ain't slowing down. Fans better stay ready, because it's far from over. So, what do you think about 50 Cent's latest shots at Rick Ross? Is he speaking facts or just keeping the drama alive for clout? Drop your thoughts in the comments. We want to hear everything you've got to say about this never-ending feud. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your crew. Hit that bell so you never miss the next wave of wild celeb drama. Catch you on the next one.
Well, so Melcy, you may not know this. You had the opportunity to take Houston.
Yeah.
But you chose Shreveport.
Yeah.
So be throwing rocks and hiding their hand, right? They be throwing rocks and hiding their hand. And I don't like them kind of individuals.
I've seen him firsthand. This city has been elevated because of his presence.
50 Cent just went off on Jay Prince after he allegedly tried to kick him out of Houston. And 50? He's not backing down. He's coming for Jay hard. He's calling out what he claims is a shady extortion setup, saying Jay's been sending people to mess with his business. But 50's not staying quiet. He's already trolling Jay on Instagram and even dared him to show up if he's really built like that. Word is, 50's got receipts that could ruin Jay Prince's whole operation. But Jay's no lightweight. He's still got real influence in Houston, with people ready to ride for him. So yeah, 50 might need to watch his back. This clash is way bigger than just a few words online. It's serious now. 50's been pressing him for years, and this feud, it's officially on another level.
In your way, we extorting people. Ain't no money in that. Real nigga ain't gonna have that no way. You know, check in for what? I mean, I don't want to impose.
50 Cent made it real clear. He don't mess with Jay Prince's whole checking in system. And Jay, he still walks around like he's the king of Houston. For a while, their beef stayed long distance. 50 holding down New York, Jay running H-Town. No real reason to cross paths. Until now. Everything shifted when 50 decided to step right into Jay Prince's backyard, Houston. And he didn't just visit, he brought his whole empire with him. He first hinted at the move on Twitter saying, "I love New York, but I live in Houston now. I'll explain later." Part of the reason? Taxes. 50 had been heated over New York's crazy tax hike. He said it jumped 62%, messing with his money. Like any smart businessman, he dipped before Uncle Sam took another bite. But that's not the only motive. 50 had been eyeing Houston's hip-hop scene for a while. He wanted in. He wanted the connections. Now he's in the mix, right where Jay Prince holds weight. Houston's a major hub for hip-hop, rap, and trap. Real culture runs deep there. And 50? He's all about business, entertainment, and being where the money's moving. So investing in Houston? That was a power move. He saw big bags coming, and he wanted in early. Some folks think his alcohol brand, Branson Cognac, played a part too. Remember when 50 was hitting up Houston liquor stores, flexing those bottles? People started saying he saw major potential in the Houston market and wanted to stay close to it. But Jay Prince didn't take that lightly, not one bit. Word is, he felt like 50 was stepping on his turf. Allegedly, Jay tried to make 50 check in by sending his crew to apply pressure, trying to strong-arm him into paying up. But 50? Nah, he wasn't going for that. He shut it down fast, letting Jay Prince know he rolls with his own security and he's not about to be extorted under some street rule.
You know what's a sucker to me? A sucker is a pick who he fight with.
Right.
Like if you see it and you go, oh, I'm not going because this
I won't fuck with him, but I'll fuck with this one.
Yeah, I think I can take him.
Right.
You want to fight the nigga you think you can beat.
He wasn't bending for nobody, not even in Jay's city. But that only pushed Jay Prince further over the edge. Word around town is, he tried to hit 50 Cent with a no-fly zone, straight up block him from moving freely. But again, 50 wasn't fazed. He made it loud and clear. He don't play by those rules, and he wasn't hiding either. He stayed active, running his businesses and building up the city. At one point, 50 had big plans. He was about to drop $20 million on a brand new film studio for G-Unit in Houston. That would have been huge. But out of nowhere, he slammed the brakes and shifted everything to Shreveport, Louisiana instead.
Well, so Melcy, you may not know this. You had the opportunity to take Houston.
Yeah.
But you chose Shreveport.
Yeah. And Houston didn't have the same, they embraced me good. Like I got out there, they showed me a lot of love.
Mm-hmm.
But Shreveport had the infrastructure already here. Like even the tax incentive was.
Still, Houston showed love. In 2022, a year after 50 moved there, the mayor gave him the key to the city and even made a whole 50 Cent day during the Thanksgiving parade. Mayor Sylvester Turner had nothing but praise. He called 50 a rapper, businessman, artist, and philanthropist who's been giving back, especially to the youth. He even helped high school students become young entrepreneurs.
Came to the city of Houston, but he didn't just come here to live. He has been helping out on so many causes in this city. And especially, he has been in our high schools, turning our high school students into entrepreneurs with his G-Unity Camp program. I've seen him firsthand. This city has been elevated because of his presence, and so today we have the honor.
Through his G-Unity program, 50 Cent was officially honored by the mayor, who declared November 24th as 50 Cent Day, telling him he'll always have a home in Houston. The crowd showed mad love, treating 50 like one of their own, and he gave that energy right back in his speech.
Grand Marshal, give it up to Curtis 50 Jackson. Woo! Now, before I call on him to speak, let me present you first a key to the city of Houston. Anywhere you go, 550 buildings, use the key, the door will swing wide open.
But while the city was celebrating 50, Jay Prince was somewhere tight, furious that 50 was becoming the face of Houston. And here's the real talk. There's a reason why 50 got the keys to the city, while Jay started getting sidelined and labeled like just another street figure. Since landing in Houston, 50's been stacking wins and giving back heavy. His G-Unit Foundation put real money into the community and welfare programs. One major move, he launched the G-Unity Business Lab, an education program that teaches high school students in Houston how to think like entrepreneurs. That's real impact. And it didn't stop there. 50 made big plays in the Houston sports and entertainment scene too. His liquor brand, Sire Spirits, locked in deals with the Rockets, Astros, and Texans. He's not just living in Houston, he's running things. In 2022, 50 Cent kicked off the first ever Houston Tycoon Comedy and Music Festival, and it was a major hit. That same year, he teamed up with the Rockets to hand out 1,000 free turkeys to local families for Thanksgiving. Then in 2023, he went even bigger, dropping $850,000 worth of toys at a holiday event to help the citywide club reach their goal of giving away 100,000 toys to kids across Houston. And by 2024, 50 was still going strong. He helped raise $500,000 for the Houston Children's Charity and even auctioned off 2 massive bottles of his Le Chemin du Roi champagne. That gala ended up bringing in a wild $6 million, breaking records for the organization.
20, but now to get 25. 25. Matter of fact, God darn it, 50 Cent, get out here. Come on. I know all the time I've spent with him, we've had some great times. He even tried to tell me some please one night.
I gotta hang out with the people that can buy this stuff from me. I think Johnny might be on.
Bottom line, 50's making real moves in the city, and the people are here for it. Now flip the coin, and we got Jay Prince. Instead of building up Houston, he's been labeled as someone who intimidates artists trying to come through and work, claiming it's all protection. While 50's throwing festivals and feeding families, Jay's name keeps coming up in street politics and old school tactics. Jay Prince crowned himself the king of H-Town and claimed he was protecting artists visiting the city so they wouldn't get robbed. Sounds noble, right?
Maybe we need to change the word for the youngsters. The checking in part, is they seem to get hung up on that word, checking in.
Yeah.
So if we could diversify that word and bring it up to a 2021 thing.
Right. What's the word, OG? What's the word?
Maybe we may want to tell them they need to get connected.
But dig deeper, and it starts looking like a straight-up extortion hustle. Here's how it works. Artists coming to Houston are expected to check in with Jay Prince. But it ain't just a friendly hello. It usually means coughing up serious cash. He says it's for protection, so nothing happens to them or their jewelry. And if something does go missing, he'll help get it back. But here's the shady part. Artists don't really get a choice. If they say no because they've got their own security, things still go left. Suddenly they're getting jumped or robbed, and no one can explain how word got out. Just ask NBA Youngboy. He came to Houston on business and didn't check in. Next thing you know, his spot got hit. 2 goons broke in, snatched his chains, took cash, and even jacked the keys to his whips. Yeah. That protection offer starts sounding a lot like a threat wrapped in street politics. The robbers hit up NBA Youngboy, asking for $30,000 to return his stolen stuff, but YB wasn't having it. He clapped back, saying they were just acting like foolish kids, and he wasn't about to fall for their little game. Then out of nowhere, boom, Jay Prince jumps into the mix. He posted an IG video tagging YB, claiming the robbers gave him the stolen items. He told YB to reach out if he wanted them back. But YB? He wasn't buying it. He went off telling Jay Prince to keep his fake kindness. He straight up called him out for turning a private situation into a public spectacle. According to YB, if Jay really wanted to help, he would have hit him up privately, not drop some corny video online for clout.
Hey, I don't want no friends. I don't want no new relationships. All that pussy, I don't respect none of that, man. If you got something for me, man, they got plenty around me you could call. Nigga, it's plenty ways you could get in touch with me. Man, don't get on no internet and do nothing publicly. Don't do nothing dealing with no publicity, none of that pussy. And I'm good on keys, gangster. When you buy shit cash, two keys come with the car anyway. Mind your business, man.
To YB, it was obvious. This wasn't about help, it was a setup. A slick extortion move disguised as a favor. He knew that if he reached out, the price tag would be even higher than the original ransom. So YB held his ground. He wasn't about to play along or pay up, not to the robbers, and definitely not to Jay Prince. YB ain't the only one who's checked Jay Prince over his checking in hustle. Cameron and Mashi lit him up on their podcast, It Is What It Is.
Dealing with older people, they're the last to know that things have changed. We not your little niggas. Like, the way you talking, I don't get what you mean. We're not your little niggas. Like, for real. All that big homie stuff, that's for little niggas. Little niggas have big homies. We're not little niggas, so we don't even respect big homies. I know Killer doesn't, and for me, I never respected niggas in the streets. That's why I always got the problems I got.
They clown Jay for playing power games when he should be mentoring the next generation, not flexing in the streets at his age.
This is a problem, Jay Prince, and I'm gonna tell you like this: if you're 60 years old and you trying to be a street nigga, you failed. You failed. You failed. You failed. I'm telling you this. And I stand. My name is Mace. I stand by this message.
So when you compare 50 Cent and Jay Prince, it's not even close. One's out here building schools and helping kids. The other's got a growing list of tragedies tied to his name. Word is, Jay Prince has been secretly plotting to shut 50 Cent down and push him out of Houston for good. We all know 50 doesn't fold under pressure. He wasn't backing off, not even a little. Instead, he flipped the script and started exposing Jay Prince's whole alleged extortion game. Now the streets are buzzing. 50's on a full-blown mission to end Jay Prince's grip over Houston. And knowing 50, he's gonna enjoy every second of it. But what do you think? Should 50 be watching his back while he moves through Houston? Or does he have another wild card ready to shut Jay Prince down once and for all? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. And don't forget to like, subscribe, share, and hit that bell so you don't miss what's coming next. See you in the next one.
When you're not competing for those things anymore, you start looking and you're going, so what was the problem? You can't exactly remember what the problem was. That's what went through with Joe.
There are horrible things that happen every day, whether it be in the industry or not. Mentally, emotionally, financially.
50 Cent and Eminem are joining forces to blow the lid off Jay-Z and Beyonce's alleged underhanded tactics. From swiping material from fellow black artists to rigging award wins and bulldozing any rivals, the accusations are piling up. 50 Cent asserts that Jay is still out to wreck his enterprise. Meanwhile,
our culture is competitive, man. It is, but I think when it goes past the music itself to blocking things in business, then I don't understand that. Like right now, he's not even competing for a slot. You don't have a new song out that he want to be on the top 10 or top 5, and you still competing. It just don't make sense.
Eminem has been schooling his followers on the industry's dark corners, and their feud with Jay-Z is catching fire. Eminem's latest verses hint at high-powered moguls manipulating the scene.
First of all, that vote is fake as That's not a real vote. That's not a real vote. They give it to who they want to give it to. They give it to their darlings.
Cowboy Carter.
On the other side, Beyonce is tangled in claims of snatching songwriting credits and supposedly sidelining several female performers like Aaliyah, Mary Maya, and Carrie Hilson. But wait, there's more. Jay-Z and Beyonce's close links with Diddy are under scrutiny once again. Although Jay might have slipped away from that Jane Doe lawsuit, the supposed victim now suggests she was coerced into altering her statement after some menacing figures visited her. With these mounting charges against the Carters, folks are wondering if this power couple is really invincible or just experts at obscuring their tracks.
Like this. And why is it so cruel? And why are people taking joy, seemingly, to try to blacklist or, stomp out someone's dream? That's what it felt like to me as an outsider looking in.
It's the price you pay, when you're early in your career, you feel that you have to listen. And when you buck, they buck harder. And they make threats, and those threats are huge ones.
Do 50 Cent and Eminem hold the keys to exposing Jay-Z and Beyonce's rumored destructive deeds? How many careers or lives might they have shattered? Time to dive deep and uncover the truth. For ages, Jay-Z and Beyonce were hailed as the untouchable monarchs of the music realm. Criticizing them? That was sure to earn you the label of a green-eyed hater. But now, their once flawless reputation is crumbling as more insiders are stepping up to challenge the Carters, led boldly by 50 Cent and Eminem.
Look, Jay-Z and them was putting it together. So I think they still harbor some energy towards me.
You think you were purposely left out of the ad?
No.
Okay.
I don't think. I think that they were saying the NFL had some issues with me that I don't know what those issues are. Like, what is the issue? You start looking at That's not mine. That's theirs. Their heartbreak, right? But when you look at M, is looking at the entire legacy.
Yeah.
The whole thing, like with M, Dre, and myself, like I'm a shady aftermath. You see what I'm saying? Like there's so much G Unit Records.
Right.
They forget that I'm M and Dre's artist.
Let's dive into 50's latest revelations. He's on the offensive again, branding Jay-Z as insecure, envious, and small-minded. And he's not just talking. Back in 2023, 50 exposed how Jay-Z tried to use his NFL connections to prevent him from hitting the Super Bowl stage. But Jay's scheme backfired spectacularly when Eminem threatened to pull out unless 50 was on the lineup. Fast forward to a bombshell interview on Talk with Flea with Cameron, 50 laid into Jay-Z once more, accusing him of underhanded tactics, not just in the music industry, but also in business. What's wild is 50 pointing out that Jay-Z has nothing more to prove.
This is why I was saying I knew what old boy was doing, right? With the Super Bowl, because he was doing like, yeah, go ahead. He was doing some wild because he was saying that to Eminem that the NFL had the issue with me, and I'm like, well, what's the issue? Why don't I have an issue when I'm becoming a partner in the actual team, but they got an issue with my performance? Right? Makes no sense. You know what I mean?
I was going to get to that later, but since we're here now. And when he says old boy, for the audience that don't know, talking about Jay-Z, this was discussed before. Jay-Z told Dr. Dre, just for people who's not up on this, or Eminem, that he didn't want you to perform part of that Super Bowl they had a couple years ago.
Yet he continues to undermine 50's business ventures out of sheer spite. Adding fuel to the fire, 50 has teamed up with Eminem to bring to light the Carter's supposed Grammy manipulations. 50 is calling Jay out for leveraging his marriage to Beyonce to clutch those trophies.
Thank you, sir. All the doors that you opened, showed us that we can be rock stars. Seeing you on the Rolling Stone. Obviously, there's Run DMC with the Leathers and the Aerosmith. But when you came out west, you took it to a whole new level. Some of you don't belong in the category. Oh, no. No, when I get nervous, I tell the truth.
While Eminem has long denounced the Grammys as rigged and commercialized, Beyonce's recent Album of the Year win for Cowboy Carter has raised eyebrows. Not everyone is sold on its legitimacy, with whispers that Jay-Z might have pulled some strings, especially last year when Jay-Z stormed the Grammy stage, lambasting the Recording Academy for its repeated snubs against Beyonce.
Same. 50 did not win Best New Artist at the Grammys.
There was nothing bigger than 50.
Nothing bigger, and nobody since maybe like Snoop came out the gate like that. My first album didn't do it. I never saw someone's first album and the wave happen like he had. And then he doesn't get it. And then I get up there another year, and what was it, the Eminem show? And it was like, whatever, I'm fine if I lose to Kanye or someone that I'm like, okay, I respect that. I know who that is, and Kanye has a huge following and he's made a massive impact on music. Fine, I'm good with that. But don't get us all here to use your selling point for your show and stiff everybody every single time. And I said, after that point in time, I was like, don't ever ask me to here again. Please do not ask me. My answer is no for 100 million years. Never again will I go to the grave.
But Jay-Z's rant didn't sit well with many fans. It reeked of hypocrisy. There he was, accepting a Grammy, yet slamming them as biased. If he truly believes their opinion is worthless, why not just boycott the event rather than seek their approval?
A few Grammys, but you feel like you had to sell your soul to get them. And you didn't know if you wanted it for the recognition or the trophies, but then what's the difference? And that Grammys pretty much suck the blood of artists and nominate them, have them come to the shows. And
which they do. They do it every year, yeah. And I'm just tired of seeing it. And for whatever reason, it's like they're always pitching this hint that you might win Album of the Year, which used to be a big deal. I don't think it's a big deal now.
The incident only intensified the buzz that the Carters might be manipulating their way to fame through buying influence and coercion. Insiders have long argued that the Grammys favor industry politics over genuine talent, and Eminem is one of the most vocal critics. He's blasted the Grammys as a sham and vowed to steer clear of the event for good. Eminem has made it crystal clear. He's not griping over losses. He'd happily accept defeat if a superior album trumped his. What irks him, though, is the Grammys' tactic of using his name to drum up hype, suggesting he's a contender, all to boost their viewership, only to leave him in the cold when awards are handed out. He scoffed at the idea of rejoining the fray, even if he were on the voting panel, dismissing it as futile, since, in his view, the system's thoroughly fixed and the votes are meaningless.
You know, joining a board and maybe you have a vote in it?
First of all, that vote is fake. That's not a real vote. That's not a real vote. They give it to who they want to give it to. They give it to their darlings. Oh, this got critical acclaim, but it sold 2 records. Like, it ain't about always what you sell. I get that, Vanilla Ice, I understand. You know what I'm saying? Like, but there comes a point where when an overwhelming something comes along that has this wave and impact on music, and you give it to Lada Dottie.
On the flip side, 50 Cent has also slammed the Recording Academy. He didn't just label the awards as rigged, he boldly claimed that Jay-Z's Grammy haul owes more to his union with Beyonce than his musical chops. According to 50, the Academy banks on the star power of Jay and Bey to skyrocket ratings, hence, they keep them in the spotlight with relentless nominations and awards to ensure their attendance.
Threatened?
Yeah,
possibly.
Not even threatened. You know, I think it's just when you take the competition from, like, our culture is competitive, man. It is, but I think when it goes past the music itself to blocking things in business, then I don't understand that. Like right now, he's not even competing for a slot. You don't have a new song out that he want to be on the top 10 or top 5, and you still competing. It just don't make sense.
50 Cent went further in his recent chat on the Flagrant podcast. He reiterated his stance that Jay-Z's success and his Grammy accolades are largely due to his marriage to Beyonce, even describing their union as a mere contract, hinting they might just be together to bolster their careers.
When Jay signed his contract, the big one was with Beyonce. When he signed that contract, the marriage contract, he got trophies. Now those fucking trophies, trophies came rolling in, buddy. He started getting Grammys left and right, man. I mean, look, listen, if you look at his career,
You're gonna let him say that? Jay was getting Grammys.
He had one.
Exactly.
He had one.
And he didn't show up.
No, he has like 20 now.
Hold on.
He had like 18 since he been down. Look, he had one, bro. Hard Knock Life.
Hold on. You're not wrong.
He was one. At the same time, he's like drinking his pictures with him. It's the cup.
Wait a minute. So you're saying the success is derived from the marriage?
I've absolutely been treated differently.
The accolades. Because he's no longer viewed as what, like a street or gangster rapper. Now he's viewed as a businessman, entrepreneur, family man.
And the biggest ones because of the position Beyonce's.
Oh, wow.
Right? You were connected to the biggest.
Jay got. Oh, wow. So that's the deal.
Yeah, that's the deal. Like, the other ones didn't count as much as that one did.
But 50 isn't alone in his accusations of foul play. Numerous insiders allege that both Jay and Beyonce actively suppressed the rise of other artists to maintain their supremacy. And there's the poignant tale of Beyonce's late bodyguard, Uncle Ron, who succumbed to pneumonia just before his untimely demise. He claimed to have evidence of Jay and Beyonce undermining the careers of many, shattering numerous lives in their climb to fame.
Say and Jay-Z will do anything to destroy anyone who speaks out against them. Hey, I get the threats, but you have to remember one thing. I know your deepest secrets. I know so much about you and what you've done. I know so much on how you got where you are, how you stepped on many people. Beyonce, how you guys ended Carrie Hilson's career because she said something about you.
Then there's Jaguar Wright, Jay-Z's former backup singer and his most outspoken detractor. Jaguar has alleged that several people close to Jay, including Harlem legend Big L, either met mysterious ends or saw their careers sabotaged, all to clear the path for Jay's ascent.
The first time I ever saw Jay-Z or even heard him spit a rhyme was at an MC battle, street battle in New York. But he didn't show up as Jay-Z. He didn't show up as the hottest rapper on the street. He showed up as the that was with Big L.
Rest
For
in
those
peace.
of you,
Rest in peace, Big L.
rest in peace, Big L.
One of the
That was the
dopest.
sensei.
One of the dopest. Yes.
Big L was who put Jay-Z on.
Without question.
And then Big L died, and then the next thing you know, Jay-Z.
We can't overlook Beyonce in this narrative. Despite some fans believing she's merely under Jay's influence, it's unlikely she would have stayed with him through the years without aligning on some questionable strategies. A key shared tactic? Sidelining artists they perceive as threats. Take a look at some instances. When Beyonce exited Destiny's Child and began dating Jay, he allegedly pulled producer Rich Harrison from singer Anne Marie, who was seen as a potential rival to Beyonce. Remember Anne Marie's hit One Thing? It's widely regarded as the blueprint for Beyonce's Crazy in Love. Then there's the case of Carrie Hilson, who experienced a very public rift with Beyonce after her producers allegedly duped her into recording a track that seemed to diss Beyonce, leading to a backlash. Carrie refuted the claims it was a diss, yet faced further accusations of throwing shade at Beyonce when she declined to hold a magazine featuring Beyonce and Jay on its cover.
Okay, I see what's really good. You're trying to eliminate the competition. You know, because at first you retire, you know, then get me off the label, now you're back rapping again. Okay.
This controversy sparked intense backlash, with Beyonce's fans going as far as attacking Carrie Hilson physically on the streets.
Game is bullshit, man. The game is bullshit. If you want to rap or sing or whatever, don't become a part of the game. You know what? Listen to a song I called The Industry. And that pretty much explains, you know what I'm saying, what it's about. The industry. Man, it's not the same. The industry, it's not a f***ing game. The industry, real is dying to get in. The industry, just to find they don't fit in. The industry ain't what it used to be. The industry's trying to control the way you MC. They want you to dress like this and talk like that. But I'm going to dress like this and talk with the gap. The industry.
Meanwhile, Maya, who allegedly faced repercussions after rejecting Jay-Z's advances, shared her insights on the predatory nature of the industry. She explained how power is often wielded harmfully, posing dangers to young artists focused solely on their success, oblivious to what they might be sacrificing. Maya managed to steer clear of the negativity by simply saying no and walking away, though she hinted that her refusal led to her being blackballed and her reputation tarnished.
You say so guarded within your career.
This is what I did. I said, no, I'm good, thank you. No, thank you. Okay, so sometimes that doesn't translate as far as what you are allowed to have, what you have access to. You will be blackballed. You will be talked about. You will be on. You will be rumored about. But you have to stand strong on what you don't care for.
As we've seen, numerous artists believe their careers were undermined by Jay-Z and Beyonce. This list is far from exhaustive. So what do you think about these allegations from figures like 50 Cent and Eminem? Is there merit to their claims? Are there other artists we haven't discussed who might have been sidelined by the Carters? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video. Stay tuned for more revelations in our next video. See you there.
And what did they do? They sold the company. They invited me into a house and they sold it. Yeah, I am mad. You know what I mean? Go right, I'm mad. I feel betrayed, man, but it. You know what I mean? It's a business and I'm gonna carry it like a business. But my music is still my fucking music. And you play on my music, you play on my life. You play on my life, nigga, gonna disappear. You know what I mean?
I get a little uncomfortable. I get uncomfortable. Like he said something to me one time, a long time ago. He told me he'd take me shopping. I looked at him like, what'd you just say?
Let me move, man, before I do something. You gonna make me mess up the wedding.
Oh, that's a nice gesture.
Let me get out. No, you take me. That's what a guy says to.
DMX had been sounding the alarm on Diddy for years, but barely anyone was really listening. One dude who did keep his eyes open, though, 50 Cent. DMX never held back when it came to calling out the shady side of the music game. He spoke straight from the soul. He once said the industry was full of folks willing to do anything to climb up. Sell out, suck up, bend over, whatever it takes.
Now, you got issues with the industry. What's going down with the industry, dog?
The industry is full of a bunch of sucking, dick riding, bending over the desk ass niggas. Straight up like that. Whoever don't like it, bring it, nigga. Bring it. I don't give a fuck. Bring it. Bring it, bitch.
They got this new breed of rapper that's paying DJs to play their shit.
Right.
And, you know what I'm saying? They sucking the record label executives, and it's like there's too much of that going on.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Let me be me. Let me be the artist that I am and just play my motherfucking music. You know what I mean?
That wasn't just talk. He meant it. DMX said he came face to face with evil in the business, and that's how he knew God was real. If darkness didn't exist, he wouldn't have had to fight so hard to keep his spirit alive. He always stood out, because he made one thing very clear. He might have been in the industry, but he didn't belong to it. That's why no one could ever put a leash on him. He refused to play their twisted games or follow their crooked rules.
Exactly.
Now they want you all up under this, you know, sitting at the going to dinner with them and shit like that, and you know, all that favor for a favor shit. I don't get down like that. Look, I'll give you the music, you give my money. That's it.
A lot of the love I had for wanting to be a part of the industry is not there anymore. I don't even associate myself with the industry. You know what I'm saying? I'm not an industry artist. I'm an artist in the industry.
Now here we are. And all this dark truth about Diddy is finally spilling out. And it's way deeper than anyone expected. Suddenly, all that wild stuff DMX was saying doesn't sound so far-fetched anymore. It's hitting real different now.
Because if you didn't see the beast that I was then, that's like, nah, I'm cool. So it's a legendary story.
Like I told you, we sat down with Diddy, but he knew he wasn't going to sign with Diddy. He knew Diddy wasn't going to sign him. He knew in his mind that Diddy wouldn't want to take on problems right now.
Yayo said that you were supposed to sign the bad boy. Look, they know I was talented. They just looked at it and was like, I don't want all of the stuff that comes with it. The M stumbled over it, but he didn't know the trouble that came with it. Oh, yeah. You see what I'm saying? So I was like, yo, no.
DMX once revealed he turned down deals with Diddy because something just didn't sit right. His instincts were loud, and they were right. At first, Diddy passed on signing him. But the moment Def Jam was about to lock in a major contract with X, Diddy came running back trying to double the offer. Too late, though. DMX wasn't buying it. Word on the street was that X had already heard some things. Dark stories floating around about what really went down behind the scenes at Bad Boy Records, and he wanted no part of it.
One thing I respect about him is that at least he told me to my face what he felt. He was like, his voice is too rough, he's not marketable. Maybe 3 weeks later when he found out I was getting signed, but that time he was like, yo, I'll lace your pockets. I'll double what they gave you and lace your pockets. I'm like,
If you didn't know what I was then, you just pretty much jump on the bandwagon now.
Some folks used to think DMX was just talking about money when he spoke on Diddy robbing his own artists, like shady contracts or stolen royalties. But now, with all this shocking stuff coming to light, people are looking back and thinking, maybe DMX meant exactly what he said. No metaphors, no sugarcoating, just straight up truth. And it's hitting harder than ever now.
I never saw Biggie smile until after he died. And the Hypnotize video came out. You know, Hypnotize. I was like, oh! Like a smile brings a whole other light to your face. Like, I mean, it's kind of hard to explain. I'm really good words, but it's hard to explain what a smile does for a person. Because you don't just smile with your mouth. You smile with your eyes. Like, a true smile can be seen even if a person is covering their mouth. Well, Locks got signed before I did. Even though I bought the Locks to our brothers, they got signed. They were a safer group. Puff signed them. And it was a blessing and a curse because they were sure they were happy about getting signed first, and they were on the Benjamins and shit was going. But then he made them jiggy and put them in suits and made them write lyrics for him and took all that publishing and raped like
damn. I'm glad I didn't, you know,
DMX wasn't only putting Diddy on blast, he was calling out everything shady in the game. He spoke on how some new rappers were out here doing anything just to get signed, and it had nothing to do with their music. There were whispers about certain artists doing favors for label execs just to get their tracks pushed. And guess what? Those same dirty rumors were floating around Diddy too. The streets were talking, and DMX wasn't afraid to say it out loud.
Think of it now. He was grooming us. It's kind of like you're signing boy band groups and girl band groups because you like one or two of them and you want to see who's gonna go. It's nothing to you but a tax write-off, but you're really searching for a butt the whole time. So he was looking for my butt, Chopper butt, everybody butt. It wasn't nothing about the music was like, yeah, I can, you know, and it took off to be bigger than he ever expected it to be.
DMX dropped a whole track called The Industry, where he exposed just how fake and twisted the whole system really was. He said straight up, it ain't about talent no more, it's about playing the game. They want to control your look, your vibe, your words, and if you don't fall in line, you're out. DMX wasn't having it. He made it clear, I'm not an industry artist. I'm an artist in the industry. Big difference. And he meant it. Now here we are in 2025, and everything X tried to tell us is unfolding right in front of our faces. He warned us about artists selling their souls. He called out the vultures. And yes, he definitely warned us about Diddy. And guess what? He wasn't alone either.
But Puffy coming up, he was just signing a lot of boys. Usher, it was something he figured out that R. Kelly figured out, is we can get them away from the parents. If we could get them alone, isolated, you know, then we can get them. Once you get in a butt, it's like, you want us now. What you gonna say? I got video of me in your butt. Like, how can you ever make another record? You dig what I'm saying?
Instead of hearing DMX out, people laughed at him. They called him crazy, said he was just some washed up addict. The media dragged him nonstop. Even after he passed in 2021, they still couldn't give him peace. They labeled him troubled, instead of honoring the legend he really was. Yeah, DMX had his struggles, no doubt. He battled addiction, ran into legal issues, but let's be real, not once was he accused of hurting women or kids. Not once did his name get tied to anything predatory. That's more than some of these powerful industry names can say. The ones still stacking money and getting more famous, despite all the dirt on them. And here's the messed up part. There's a real chance Diddy might just walk away from all of this. After everything being exposed, after all these accusations, he still might dodge it all. Now that's the real problem people should be talking about.
Right, I go to Diddy parties, which is where people like me step in. To walk motherfuckers out! Cause ain't nobody stopping me when I come. Why would they talk about it? Who is there to go to? Who's gonna fucking help them? What HR department do you know of that works for any of these labels?
Yeah.
When have you ever heard of a sexual harassment suit being publicly acknowledged in the entertainment industry at all? Never.
Now here's where things get wild. Rapper 50 Cent just revealed he's planning to reach out to President Donald Trump, and not for a collab or photo op. Nah, 50's trying to stop Trump from handing Diddy a pardon. And if he pulls it off, this could flip everything for Diddy. Trump had jaws dropping on Friday when he held a press conference in the Oval Office with Elon Musk. Yeah, that Elon. When asked about Diddy's ongoing federal trial involving trafficking and racketeering, Trump straight up said he'd be open to pardoning him if he's found guilty.
It's going to be really interesting tomorrow when Diddy's third or fourth assistant takes a stand, and she's going to actually corroborate Kid Cudi's testimony from last week, where he said that Diddy and another associate of his bombed his Porsche. years ago at his house. Now, you have to have corroboration about that because nobody can put Diddy there. And in fact, nobody even can say Diddy's the actual one who did it. But if they can say that Diddy or an associate of his did it, then you may have a racketeering charge there. Because right now, as it stands, Mike, nothing, and I mean nothing, is sticking to Diddy.
50 didn't waste a second. He hopped on Instagram and clapped back. He made it loud and clear that he's not about to let Trump give Diddy a free pass. He said some really bad things about Trump. It's not okay. I'm gonna reach out so he knows how I feel about this guy. Looks like 50's about to shake the table again. 50 Cent, the N-Dot Club legend, wasn't done yet. He posted again, warning folks that Trump doesn't take disrespect lightly and never forgets who steps out of line. Earlier that same week, things got even messier when Diddy's former assistant, Capricorn Clark, dropped some explosive testimony. She revealed that after an MTV event, while riding an elevator, Diddy vented to his manager, Chris Lighty, about 50 Cent. And what he said, straight up wild. Diddy reportedly told Lighty, "I don't like all the back and forth, I like guns." That line didn't slip past 50, not one bit. Remember, 50 was shot 9 times back in 2000, so he clapped back on Instagram with a post mocking the whole thing. You know he wasn't letting that slide. And speaking of Capricorn Clark, her testimony didn't stop there. She went on to expose some absolutely bonkers stuff that had the courtroom in pure shock.
The state or the government in this particular instance needs to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he conspired to racketeer, to sex traffic, and to promote prostitution. So far, they're falling way behind in this. And I know there's a lot more to go in this trial because they're saying it's going to be about 8 weeks. But the government really better step on the gas because they don't have a lot more time to go.
So the play seems to be maybe admit to a state crime that avoids prison time. Is that it?
Yeah, I think so. Look, again, you're hearing about all this domestic violence, but all of that has nothing to do with what Diddy is charged with. There's a possibility, and I'm saying a very strong possibility right now, that Diddy could walk, that he could be spending 4th of July at home having a barbecue.
And just when things couldn't get any crazier, Gene Deal stepped in and added even more jaw-dropping details to Capricorn Clark's testimony.
When Capricorn testified, man, it was heartfelt not because she was crying and going through all the pain that Cassie and her went through, and because when you heard her testimony, you found out that she really didn't care for Cassie like that. Their friendship grew. You know, they had grown into a friendship that she cared more about Diddy because she even wrote him letters that she had a crush on him back in the day.
The beef between Diddy and 50 Cent isn't anything new. It's been heating up for almost 2 decades. Back in 2006, 50 dropped a savage diss track called The Bomb, straight up accusing Diddy of knowing who was behind the murder of the notorious B.I.G.
Big, somebody gonna try to come tonight. And Lil C's, who I hadn't seen all week, Lil C says, "Gene, go ahead on with that cop shit." I said, "I know one thing, you better get you a GED. You know what that is? A good enough degree, so they don't cheat you out your money like they doing your man right here." And I was talking to about Big, because I had read his whole contract on the plane, because Puff had gave me the briefcase. When he gave me the briefcase, you know, like he just do some bullshit, hand me the briefcase, and went to first class, and I went to coach in the emergency exit, and I just opened it up, start reading the shit. So I'm saying, because at the end of the contract, Big was begging for his, he was asking for his publishing and his marketing back, and Puff was saying in the contract, we'll revisit that at a later date. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just reading this story. I got 6 hours on this plane. I'm gonna go through whatever's in this briefcase.
That line shook the whole industry. And since then, a bunch of insiders have come forward saying the same exact thing. The whispers haven't died down. In fact, they're only getting louder.
Somebody told that. Somebody told Puff, Pac gotta die, Big gotta die. and Suge Knight gonna go to jail. You know, these people plan 25 years in advance. Had Pac and Big still been alive today, come on, brother. You and I both know how strong they would have been.
Since then, 50 Cent hasn't let up. He's been relentlessly roasting Diddy online. And things only got wilder when Diddy's ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, hit him with a lawsuit full of disturbing claims, including abuse and wild, twisted sex parties. Now 50's turning up the heat even more. He's putting together a Netflix documentary diving deep into the sexual allegations surrounding Diddy. This could blow the lid off everything.
Testimony in the federal sex trafficking trial against Sean Diddy Combs.
Yeah, today jurors heard from Capricorn Clark. She was a former employee of Combs who testified that the music mogul kidnapped and threatened her during her time working for him. Combs has pleaded not guilty to all charges.
Meanwhile, inside the courtroom, things have been intense. A former assistant, testifying under the name Mia, told the jury that she was sexually assaulted by Diddy during the 8 years she worked for him, from 2009 to 2017.
Combs was furious when he found out that Cassie had been cheating on him with musician Kid Cudi. Remember, Kid Cudi, whose real name is Scott Muscudi, he testified last week. And so now we're getting a fuller picture of her version of what happened in December 2011 when Combs allegedly broke into Kid Cudi's house after he found out that Cassie and Kid Cudi were having this relationship. And she says that Combs showed up to her apartment early in the morning with a gun and kidnapped her, forced her to go with him to break into Kid Cudi's home. And then she said that she stayed back in the car and she called Cassie and warned her what was going on.
That bombshell testimony left the whole room stunned. Diddy's lawyer, Brian Steele, came in hard, grilling Mia on the stand. He pulled out old texts and social media posts where she seemed warm or affectionate toward Diddy, trying to paint a different picture. But prosecutor Maureen Comey wasn't having it. She slammed the move as humiliating, saying it could scare other victims from ever stepping forward. The courtroom got real tense. It was clear the stakes were higher than ever.
Nash, who was subpoenaed to testify, detailing multiple instances of alleged violence and control he says he witnessed in Ventura and Combs' relationship. He testified he often saw Ventura bruised up and that he once witnessed Combs hitting Ventura. He told jurors Ventura confided in him how Combs pressured her into unwanted sex with male prostitutes and that he knew her to spend nights with Combs in hotel rooms against her will, including one time on her 29th birthday when Combs allegedly told her, "I do all this for you and you can't do this one thing for me," apparently referring to her not wanting to participate in a freak-off.
So what do you think? Is this new twist gonna actually lead to real consequences? Or will it get swept under the rug like the rest? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. And don't forget, hit that like button, subscribe for more updates, share with your crew, and we'll catch you on the next one.
If Busta ever try to film me, hit you with no delay, so what you saying, yo? Silly with that 9 milli, what the devil, yo? Yeah, I do his shit better than him. He better not play with me. I will and perform Busta Rhymes show. Look, man, if they try to say that if you ever thought that the Busta Rhymes was better than me, you crazy. You crazy, man. You just looking at this the wrong way.
I want to see do it how he do it. I see the way I do it. I want to see the breath control everything. I want to how you do it. No, that's when when I'm in the shower. I'm Busta Rhymes. That's not how I do it in the shower. Now, picture the nothing there, so what you say, yo? Sitting with the ice cream, with the dilly, yo.
You think we having fun now? I'm gonna bust your ass. If you take that out, Playboy, you better get to work. Stop running your trap with me. You got that you need to do to prepare for that. Holla back, homie. What's wrong with you?
Busta Rhymes just pulled a wild stunt. He reportedly rolled up on 50 Cent after hearing that 50 leaked a certain private tape, and instead of keeping it low-key, 50 straight up clowned him in front of everybody. This isn't just some rap drama. 50's upcoming documentary is lifting the curtain on the industry's darkest secrets. And now Busta's name is smack in the middle of it. And get this, Orlando Brown's mixed up in it too.
We made love.
Who you made love with?
Diddy, Bow Wow,
Busta Rhymes.
You just told me you see Busta in the airport too. Them from trying to act like he didn't know you. You smashed Drake?
No, I never smashed.
Oh, you made love to Drake.
And Cat Williams. What's his name?
Bro, you smashing a lot of people.
Yeah, it's getting real messy out here. Let's not forget, 50 and Busta used to be cool. No problems, all smiles, chilling like brothers. But things have been shifting lately. That calm vibe, gone. And this leaked footage might be the final straw, especially after Busta backed Diddy on live TV. Word is, Busta showed up to confront 50 after hearing whispers that he was about to be exposed in 50's new documentary about Diddy's secret lifestyle. So what's really going down? Why is Busta freaking out over this? And did 50 just out another rapper living on the low? Busta's been sneak dissing for a while, acting like he's untouchable, like he runs things. But now, the spotlight's on him, and it's not looking good. Let's keep it real. When it comes to sales, influence, and legacy, there's no match. Get Rich or Die Trying sold a massive 13 million copies worldwide, one of the biggest hip-hop albums in history. Meanwhile, Busta's debut, it did 209,000 first week. Respectable, but not even close to the same level. But jokes aside, 50 stayed quiet for years. He let Busta throw shade.
Hey, yo, Fifth, I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna give it up to you. The production on your show, incredible. Light show, incredible. The dances, incredible. The outfit changes, incredible. Significant improvement since the way you used to perform back in the day.
Night looking like you fanning a fart is a better performance than Busta Rhymes. You out your rabbit. Keep fanning the fart. Keep fanning the fart. Hey, yo, what you say, Split? F50, fanning the fart Ferrari. F50, break it down. Fan it down.
Talk slick and act unbothered.
But all jokes aside, I'm not playing when it comes to respectfully competing. I will bust your for real, bro, and I'm gonna bust your at any given point in time you feel like you ready to revisit this, if you just so happen to choose to revisit this. The world hasn't seen you bow out gracefully from even entertaining this idea, so I'm not even going to continue to elaborate on that. But moving on, brother. I was asked if, as a New York MC, the opportunity presented itself for me to do a versus with you, would I take on the opportunity to do that? Of course, I'm going to accept that with grace, open arms, and welcome it in the most warm fashion I'm supposed to. Now, just for the record, brother, I don't even got to do no competition with you with any record of mine prior to the day that you released your first single. I could just go to that one section of my catalog and deal with you accordingly and bust. That's it. That's it, man. Hey, man. Hey, man.
That's how I can, folks.
Come on now.
But now, 50's done playing games. Whatever he found out about Busta, it's got him ready to blow the lid off. Busta's always been loud with the talk, but now 50 is digging deep into his past, making connections Busta never saw coming. And if you thought this was just about rap beef, think again. There's a whole other reason Busta's sweating right now, and it's way deeper than music. See, Busta doesn't really got solid allies in the hip-hop game, like, at all.
No,
whoa.
Tell him to change too big.
Whoa.
Tell him too big. He ain't got no friends. They're not telling him.
And 50's been clocking that for a while now. When you look back at Busta's track record, it all starts to add up. Dude's been burning bridges for years, one fallout after another. And now that 50's really investigating his past, it's clearer than ever why nobody in the industry truly rides for him. And those few industry folks who do mess with Busta, let's just say, they're not exactly the type of people you want to be linked with, especially when receipts start dropping. 50's already thrown hints that Busta's got some serious skeletons tucked away, stuff that ties him right into Diddy's inner circle. And if there's one thing about 50, he don't speak unless he's got cold, hard proof. Now here's where it gets extra messy. Just a little while ago, Busta was showing mad love to 50, giving him his flowers.
In 1 week, worldwide, 840,000 tickets sold in 1 week. 840,000 tickets in 1 week. No, hold up. Hold up, stop. Sold 675,000 tickets before the first show in 4 days.
That's because I've been out of the country.
He was hitting me 3 days in a row, like he hit me the first day. No, hold on, he hit me the first day. And your bus was sold too.
I've never been on a tour for 5 months. We did the first show July 21st. My last show was November 21st. He's still on that same tour.
Yeah, man.
He don't play with that work. Ever since he first came to Violator and the first Get Rich or Die Trying came out, he was the only one that would jump on a plane like this was a cab.
Right. Go get it.
That got no problem flying 20 hours somewhere and coming back home the next day. This is how he was from the beginning. So being on that tour and being able to do all of those antics every night, the way it was received was phenomenal.
What changed? You see what's going on now? These two used to toss little jabs back and forth, but it was never that deep, just some friendly rivalry. Busta even gave 50 props for his success. So what flipped the script? Why is Busta now acting like he's ready to go to war with 50? Word on the street is 50 came across something major, something that changed everything. And this ain't just some industry rumor. This is the kind of info that ruins ties for good. Allegedly, 50 uncovered a piece of dirt that completely wrecked their relationship, and yep, it's all connected to Diddy. You might think you've heard it all before, but trust, it's about to get crazier, because Busta is spiraling right now. And why is he so shook? Word is, he's been threatening 50 behind the scenes over some serious footage that's supposedly gonna drop in 50's new Diddy doc. Everybody knows 50's been stacking receipts on Diddy and those legendary parties for years. But now, sources claim there's actual video of Busta right there in the mix. Yeah, you heard that right, and it gets even wilder. Busta's former bodyguard, big homie CC, is spilling major tea.
They call them fun boys. They'll say, we gotta have some fun boys in the section for Busta. Cause I bodyguarded for Ghostface Killer before, you feel me? And being around him, you hear things, you feel me? I'm like, damn. And my auntie like the biggest Busta Rhymes fan, you feel me? Like every cookout she playing it, all his little fast rapping, all of that, him and Craig Mack playing that. Bro, on my soul, I'm out with a group of people. At this time, I was with Don Benjamin. You familiar with him?
No, I never heard of him.
Model dude, like a model guy. He be doing like some rapping and stuff. His name Don Benjamin. I'm out with Don Benjamin. And the club we ended up going to, Busta Rhymes in there. So it was a little lawyer guy that was with us. And the little lawyer guy we was with, he's a gay dude, super cool, feel me, good guy. Bro, Busta Rhymes wanted him in his section so bad. Like, what? Pulled him to the section, like through the rope, and tucked him off in the corner. So I'm looking like, well, he ain't come with us. Well, I know he was in the little group. So if I go out with somebody, like a group of people, I try to make sure everybody get there together and leave together. No, he stayed with them. He stayed in there with them, bro. For sure, bro. You ain't never heard about this before, have you? Bro, this common knowledge, bro. Like, if you in the mix, bro. If you in the mix, like I've been in the mix, you know this, bro.
How long has it been like this known about Busta Rhymes?
Well, I knew about this like in 2012. I knew about this in 2012.
How can we think nobody else speaks up on it or says anything?
Because, bro, these people admire these people so much. They want to make sure they in the section, they at the club, they at the video shoot, they can get backstage. That matter most to them. That matters so much to people. It's crazy. Like, but if you notice, like, there's countless videos of Busta Rhymes getting mad at females for just being girls. This girl touched him one time, he go crazy, throw a drink on her and everything. See what I'm saying? Like, what?
He's claiming that Busta's been into the fun boy scene for years, and that certain club promoters would have young dudes lined up in VIP just to keep him entertained whenever he showed up. Now here's the real kicker. 50 Cent might actually have receipts to back it all up. According to Big Homie, Busta had a habit of bringing street dudes into his section, real randoms, and keeping the energy wild. And word is, there's party footage floating around that shows Busta and Diddy right in the middle of a full-blown scene with several men. Sources say these men were allegedly tied to Diddy's old hired crew. But it doesn't stop there. Multiple guys are now coming forward, claiming Busta allegedly made some questionable moves toward them. They're saying every time they ran into him, he was always trying to get them to party with him, Diddy style.
I'm walking, New York City, going to a club. It was Halloween weekend, everybody was out. And it was this party we was going to, me, my boy, and his friend that had came in from Detroit. And I'm walking across the street and Busta Rhymes just grabbed my hand. And he holding my hand. Now I ain't know it was Busta at first. Busta Rhymes tall. I'm sure I came up to about right here. So the first thing I noticed was this big flip mode chain that was blinding me. So I look at the chain and I look up, I'm like, oh, what's up, Busta? What's up? Now he holding my hand the whole time. I'm like, what's up, man? He like, what you doing? And I was like, oh, me and my people, we about to go to this club around the corner. What's up, man? And then I noticed throughout my peripheral vision, the side eye, this big bodyguard in black. Just standing there, looking around, looked at me, still looking around. Meanwhile, Busta still got my hand in his hand. And he says, I'm about to go in this club. We got a section. You can come in with me if you want. And I'm like, word, for real? Like, that's what's up. Like, he was like, yeah. I was like, well, I gotta, tell my people. I was like, I come in, you know what I'm saying? He was like, okay, just let me know, tell them that you coming in there to meet with me and come on up. And I was like, bet. So, of course, I'm excited. You know what I'm saying? Busta Rhymes is one of my favorite artists of all time. And back then, I was really on my rap-ish, trying to get on. And what better way to network? Busta just invited me up to a section. So I'm excited, but I still kept it cool. I ain't no groupie. So I walk away and I tell my dude, I was like, who that was? He was like, yeah, I know who it is.
Even Orlando Brown jumped in the mix, claiming he had some good moments with Busta too. This whole situation spinning out of control fast.
So my dad took like every bad one on me. And I was like, whatever. Whatever. But the babies matter now. And I'm like, not my kids, cause y'all tripping. We made love. That's
who you made love with?
Diddy, Bow Wow, Busta Rhymes.
You just told me you see Busta in the airport too. That motherfucker tried to act like he didn't know you. You smashed Drake?
I never smashed.
Oh, you made love to Drake.
And Cat Williams. What's his name?
Bro, you smashing a lot of people.
What's his name? Terrence Howard.
Terrence Howard.
Terrence Howard. Usher. Usher's a gusher. And
Why you not naming no hoes?
I'm telling you, bro, it's my dad's friends. My dad took his baddest friends on.
See, 50 Cent ain't new to this game. He's been peeping Busta for a long time. He always had his suspicions, but for the most part, he let it slide out of respect for the grind. He didn't think it was worth stirring up drama, at least not back then. But if you know 50, then you know. He never really lets anything slide. He just stores it, waits, and strikes when the time is right. Way before they hit the stage together at the Humor and Harmony Comedy Fest, 50 was already throwing light jabs at Busta, just enough to make folks look twice. And then, he really leaned in. 50 joked that he was nervous Busta might pull up in some wild outfit, like that loud yellow suit he wore at the 1999 MTV VMAs. So what did 50 do? Busta clapped back, but with a twist. He dropped an AI-generated pic of 50 looking wild. Busta really posted a pic of 50 Cent with a bob cut and said, "Crazy as hell. I thought it was Father's Day, 50 Cent, and you out here looking like this. Don't let me find out this how you be in the mirror getting ready for Shreveport." At first, it seemed like your typical back and forth trolling. 50 and Busta have always thrown playful shots at each other, just for laughs. But now, it's starting to look like 50 was serious the whole time. At this rate, Busta might be next in line for a full-blown expose. And with 50 producing this upcoming Netflix documentary, it's not looking good for him. All that tough talk and those behind-the-scenes threats, they aren't shaking anything. If anything, Busta probably just guaranteed himself a bigger spotlight in 50's film. When 50 first started going at Busta, folks thought it was just a PR move. Maybe promo for a tour, a collab, or just stirring up buzz. But now, it's looking like 50's out for blood, and Busta's scrambling to keep up.
You have something huge coming up, which is a documentary about P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, P. Diddy.
Yeah.
Did he do it, right?
Yeah.
I know
He did it.
you've been heavy on social
No, he
media
did it.
talking
He did
about
it.
it.
He did it. And I'm the only one who's been vocal about this long before it actually.
Oh, you've been saying this for a long time now, and then no one was, they're just, why is he saying this? And now it's coming out like crazy. I mean,
But I also didn't participate. I also didn't go to those parties.
Yeah.
So a lot of the celebrity culture that you don't hear saying anything is because they participated. So
was there a reason you never went to those parties back in the day? Obviously, I know what was going on there, but is there a reason you never did?
I'm just not with all that freaky shit. Like all of the stuff that he's doing, I'm not into that type of stuff. I'm just a little more, maybe you could say basic or normal. You go to the 90s and Keefy D said they paid him to kill Tupac.
Yeah.
It's a little, like, you get the craziest accusations. You had TMZ created a docuseries, they went to Tubi, but the series is saying the downfall of Diddy.
You're one of the first persons in entertainment to really call out people and kind of have that authority in that, to be able to call people out. I mean, which is pretty amazing. You're kind of, in some ways, draining the swamp of Hollywood.
Yeah, I don't have a support system. I don't have a support system of a peer group of artists that I require to do what I'm doing. I've had to be on my own from the beginning. So I don't necessarily have a responsibility to behave a certain way, according to them. And look, if I didn't have an award-winning director doing it, if I hadn't put the right people in place to produce it properly, I wouldn't understand why they would question or doubt anything.
People thought it was all jokes. Like, ooh, gimme the gossip. But nah, they couldn't have been more off. Because the biggest clue that Busta might actually be tied up with Diddy didn't even come from 50. It came straight from Busta himself. When someone asked Busta about Diddy's legal drama, he switched up quick, went straight into defense mode, just like everybody else who's got something to lose in this mess.
I got to ask you, there has been so much going on in the music industry and the headlines pertaining to Diddy. How closely are you paying attention to his case, the allegations, and the things that are coming forward with him?
I don't pay attention to none of it. I just kind of like to pay attention to the truth. When that time manifests, then, we'll speak about this, hopefully when that time comes. As far as I'm concerned, I don't really like to speak on situations that I'm not well versed in, and that's not really my situation. You know what I'm saying? But I wish the best for everyone involved. God bless everyone involved. And, you know, I think that we should all kind of be a little more mindful of how much we speak on other things when it's as sensitive as this.
And it's incredibly sensitive.
It's extremely sensitive, and I think that people don't keep in mind the effect of what their opinion can have. And I think it's really, really important that we reserve our opinions until we understand what the undisputed truth is, because an opinion can detrimentally affect someone short-term and long-term. And I just, from my own learning experiences and being through, you know, none of us are exempt from going through challenges and obstacles and trials and tribulations, some are way more intense and extreme than others. But I think at the end of the day, as we go through these things, we learn from them, and we also got to learn how to help people get through them. And that's the angle in life that I like to approach things from, because I know if any one of us is going through challenges in general, we do want some sort of help and guidance and support to not make those mistakes again.
That reaction wasn't random. It was too calculated. On the surface, it might look like Busta was just trying to stay out of the headlines, but if you really watch him, those darting eyes, the stiff posture, that extra careful wording, man, that's classic Diddy-style damage control. And here's the wild part. People all over the country are coming forward with their own stories about Diddy. Most of them don't even know each other, yet their experiences all sound way too similar. Busta might be trying to play innocent right now, but those alleged tapes 50 got, they're saying otherwise. At this point, it's not just guilt by association. It's looking like Busta might have been deep in it the whole time. If Busta really thought he could step to 50 Cent and walk away clean, then he clearly forgot who he's messing with.
I want to say this, right? Tough is it's never what you said. It's always what you did, right? So we know tough, we know people who do this shit. But it usually leads to them living a tough life. Okay. It starts a cycle of tough shit. And no matter how tough their act is, they do some brazen. They're getting ready to go to the home of the boldest. So they're gonna be around to do that. That's what they did when they put you in the, they classify you and put you in on as bad as you are.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then you gotta show us you're tough again. This is gonna extend your stay. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
So it's going down. Tough is not my goal, man. I don't care about that. You know what's gangster to me? Is to live the way you want to live. To not have to answer to people to change things.
50 ain't like these other rappers. He's not out here chasing clout or flexing just to look tough. That's exactly why Busta's in deep trouble now. Because 50 don't go to war unless he knows he's got the upper hand. And when he does come for someone, he's not in it for a quick hit. He plays the long game, strategic and patient. Even Joe Budden warned folks, don't mess up your relationship with 50 Cent. And Busta, he should be sweating heavy right now. Because let's be real, 50's got the receipts, no question about it. But unlike most, he don't blast you right away. Nah, he lets you dig your own grave first. And honestly, Busta's been doing a perfect job of that all on his own. Now the real question is, do you think 50's gonna drop everything at once and blow it all up? Or is he gonna drag it out, slow leak style, just like he's been doing with Diddy? And be honest, do you think Busta's actually guilty? Or is this just another rap feud that spun way out of control? Drop your thoughts in the comments. Is Busta hiding something major? Is 50 about to take down another name? Or are we just watching the same cycle on repeat? If you're locked into this drama like we are, don't miss a beat. Go ahead and like, subscribe, share with your people, and turn on them notifications. This saga is just heating up. And trust, you're gonna want to be here for every second. See you on the next one.
For the Grammys, everybody, you know, when you equal a record, there's no way you don't get to hold your Grammy in your hand and celebrate that. And
look, when Jay signed his contract, the big one was with Beyonce. Mm-hmm. When he signed that contract, the marriage contract, he got trophies. Now those trophies, those trophies came
Jay-Z is coming in hot, and 50 Cent might have just messed with the wrong legend. The rap icon isn't brushing things off after 50 unleashed wild accusations about his marriage to Beyonce. And this ain't your regular rap beef. These claims are way deeper. We're talking shady contracts, secret deals, and creepy footage that's got fans losing it online.
Oh, wow. So that's the deal.
Yeah, that's the deal. Like, the other ones didn't count as much as that one did.
Is Beyonce really being controlled like some puppet behind the scenes? And what if 50 isn't just causing chaos, but actually dropping the truth bomb? Things are getting messy, and it's all unfolding right now. So now Jay-Z's firing back. And let's be real, 50 kind of brought this heat on himself. He's been throwing shots at Hobb for what feels like forever, but this time, he crossed a major line.
Look, when Jay signed his contract, the big one was with Beyonce. When he signed that contract, the marriage contract, he got trophies. Now those trophies came rolling in, buddy. He started getting Grammys left and right, man. I mean, look, listen, if you look at his career,
This guy. Oh, wow. You're going to let him say that? Jay was getting Grammys.
He had one.
Exactly.
He had one.
And he ain't show up.
He has like 20 now.
Oh, Lord.
He had like 18 since he been down. Look, he had one, bro. Hard Knock Life.
He straight up suggested that Jay-Z wouldn't even be where he is without Beyonce. That's right. 50 didn't hold back at all when he dropped that bomb on the Flagrant podcast with comedian Andrew Schultz. Wild stuff. They laughed it off on the surface. But 50 wasn't done throwing shade. He kept going.
So you're saying the success is derived from the marriage?
I've absolutely been treated differently.
The accolades. Because he's no longer viewed as what, like a street or gangster rapper. Now he's viewed as a businessman, entrepreneur, family man.
And the biggest ones because of the position Beyonce's.
Oh, wow.
Right? You were connected to the biggest.
Jay got it for the music. Jay got it for the music.
You didn't see.
He deserved those.
I'm sitting there, it was like this. Like.
He claimed the only reason Jay's sitting on an empire is because he hit the jackpot by marrying Beyonce. According to him, locking it down with Bey let Jay flip his whole image, from street hustler to polished family man.
Beyonce and Jay-Z were at the Nets game, and y'all tell me what you think.
The state determination that is used to make Brooklyn a better place.
Y'all didn't hear the beat?
I heard the beat, but then the beat went away, and she continued to rock and sway.
Sometimes when you're a musician, if she been in the studio or whatever, the beat is still in her head, and you know she can hear the song, you know, and
there's something so intriguing about that couple. Like even though like it makes it more interesting because you don't know what they were talking about. Like,
and that clean-cut vibe, it supposedly opened all the right doors and boosted his career like crazy. And if you thought that was explosive, buckle up. Because 50 wasn't even close to finished. The real jaw-dropper came when he brought up a video of Beyonce and Jay-Z that had people doing double takes. In the clip, Bey looks totally out of it, and 50 made sure everyone saw it.
Like, are they having an argument?
Can we reenact it? And let's see what they were talking about.
Now, I told you I wasn't about to get any popcorn now. I'm just tired, I'm flawless, and I'm tired, Jay-Z.
But what about some juju beads? I like juju beads. They're tasty.
I mean, yeah, I know, but it ain't about that right now.
Whoppers. Well, if you don't do it, I'm gonna put you where Solange's at. You can't even see her.
Oh, really? It's like that now? Okay, so let me call her.
Don't do that.
He didn't just mention it. He spotlighted it like it was proof of something way deeper. In the clip, you can clearly see Beyonce struggling to keep her eyes open, barely focused, like she's not even really there. Sure, some folks might say she was just tired, but 50, he's not buying it. He straight up claimed she was given something before the game that had her looking spaced out. And just when fans were trying to process that, he pointed to another video from the Grammys that raised even more eyebrows.
Come back to the Grammys, everybody. You know, when you equal a record, there's no way you don't get to hold your Grammy in your hand and celebrate that. And
check this. Jay looked determined to get Beyonce to take that drink. And when she turned it down, the way his face dropped wasn't just disappointment, it was unsettling. Something about it felt off, almost controlling. Why was it so important for her to sip that drink? That's the kind of moment that has fans seriously questioning things. And 50 didn't hold back. He said Jay and Bey come off more like a power imbalance than an equal couple. The dynamic gives off vibes that are anything but romantic.
So there's a lot of our guys in there. There's a ton of Rap-A-Lot guys in the building. And Destiny's Child is recording in another room in the studio.
Okay.
And so Pimp goes in, they're like, Destiny Child over. He's like, oh, I want to meet them. They tight. You know, he goes in and he introduces himself. And I guess Beyonce was kind of taken aback that she was meeting Pimp C. Again, this was before Destiny's Child was a worldwide phenomenon. And so he comes back in the studio and we're recording and hanging out. And Matthew Knowles comes in and he asks Pimp, can I talk to you for a minute? And so they leave out for a couple of minutes and Pimp comes in and he's dying laughing. And we're like, what's wrong? He's like, yo, Matthew Knowles just told me don't f his daughter, man, please.
Now here's where things get even messier. Most people don't realize, but there are whispers that before Beyonce hit it big, she was being pushed into situations with major artists behind the scenes. Sounds wild, right? But check this. Bun B, one half of UGK, dropped something interesting in an interview. He said UGK and Destiny's Child were recording in the same building.
Patriots, I have this update just in. Someone in my comments, thank you, asked me, how did Uncle Ron die? I have some answers. Now, this is where it gets a little crazy. He died last month. He was only 59 years old, very young. Some people are whirling around that he died of that same pneumonia that Kim Porter had.
And Pimp C thought about stopping by to say what's up to the group. Beyonce was just a fan back then, starstruck and excited. But according to Bun, her dad, Matthew Knowles, had other plans. He allegedly wanted Pimp to link up with Bey, not for love, but because it would boost both of their careers. That right there shows Beyonce was being prepped and positioned from the jump. Pimp C may have passed on Papa Knowles' offer, but you know who didn't? Jay-Z. He stepped right into that role, no hesitation. And here's the kicker. Jaguar Wright even spoke out, claiming Bey was given special training to play this part perfectly. Not just as a singer, but as someone molded for a bigger plan. Sounds more like a setup than a fairy tale.
Sounds a little bit shady. Sounds like maybe the diddler had him taken care of, because here's something real crazy. I had myself and my people reach out to his family because his TikTok page is still active and people in the comments are asking, what happened to Uncle Ron? What happened? What is the family doing? Deleting all of the comments. If you go over to Uncle Ron's TikTok page, try this, Patriots. I did it. Say, what happened to Ron? How did he expire?
Some folks might say Jaguar's just making stuff up. But think about it for a second. Beyonce had everything going for her. Talent, beauty, fame. So why would she tie herself to a man with that kind of baggage? That's right. Most people don't even realize this, but when Jay-Z was in his 30s, he got caught up in some serious heat. He stabbed a man named Lance Rivera, allegedly over a bootlegging beef, and ended up pleading not guilty to third-degree assault in January 2000.
They delete your question. Why? Because they want to keep their family members safe and everyone else in their life that they care about, because the diddler is not done with his nastiness.
Still, he got hit with a 3-year probation sentence. Now here's where it gets shady. Beyonce, by her own words, started dating Jay when she was just 20. That puts the timeline around 2001 or 2002, meaning she was dating a man who was still on probation for stabbing someone. And later, she married him and had 3 kids. Ask yourself, would you get into a relationship with someone on probation for pulling a knife on someone? Exactly. Beyonce's smarter than that. Which leaves one explanation. This wasn't just love. It sounds like a deal was made behind closed doors, maybe between Jay and her father.
She was trained at the esteemed Berklee College of Music. Handpicked by my very good friend, Terry Lynn Carrington, Dr. Terry Lynn Carrington, who put together Beyonce's entire female band, which was Matthew Knowles' idea because he couldn't get Beyonce to stop people. Guess you didn't know your daughter well enough, because she just started all the girls.
But here's the problem. Women in setups like this don't always stay quiet forever, And if Jay wanted to keep things in check, a legal deal wouldn't be enough. According to 50 and others, that's when control came into play, and they're saying Jay started giving her substances to keep her in line. It might sound wild at first, but let's be honest. If Cassie was stuck in that kind of mess with Diddy, then maybe this theory about Beyonce isn't so far-fetched either. Over the years, all kinds of blind items have dropped hints, and one of the biggest ones had fans convinced it was about Bey. It didn't name her directly, but it talked about a flawless superstar with awards, beauty, talent, a long marriage, kids, and a life that looks picture perfect on the outside. But the real question was, how does she keep up that non-stop grind with so much energy? The answer? According to the blind item, she's allegedly relying on a heavy-hitting Class A substance to stay sharp and active 24/7. What started as a little boost here and there reportedly turned into a full-on habit. The source even said they were shocked at how bad it had gotten. Everybody knew she might have smoked some weed, but this was way more intense. And when you zoom out and look at the bigger picture, it starts making a little too much sense.
Anybody he loves, I love. This is nothing compared to what you've done. And not only me, but everybody here. You've taught me so many things. I was 20 years old when we first started dating. You taught me how to be a woman.
Her family already had its own battles with substances, and her husband? Jay-Z built his empire with a past tied to dealing. So if this stuff really is true, Beyonce might not have had to look far to find out how it all began. Because according to people like Faison Love, Jay's whole rise was rooted in the drug game. Jay-Z's never shied away from his past. He even talked about it with Oprah. While walking through the Marcy projects, he said living there was life or death, and he meant it. At just 13, during the height of the crack era, Jay started selling. His dad had walked out when he was 11, and like many kids around him, he looked up to the dealers. He learned the streets were about trust. If you broke your word, it wasn't court you had to worry about. It was survival. That's where Jay said he learned loyalty. Knowing that, if he did want control over Beyonce, he'd understand exactly how substances could play a role. But is there actual proof? Well, some say yes. Body language experts have pointed out strange moments over the years. Take one photo that looks sweet on the surface, but expert Blanca Cobb said something different. She explained that it'd be more natural for a couple to walk side by side. So even in their most polished moments, there might be signs that something isn't right. Their lower bodies might be moving in sync, but once you look closer, things start feeling off. Sure, Beyonce's smiling, and even her toes look relaxed. But Jay-Z's grip on her arm? It hits different. Some might see it as loving, but others say it's got possessive energy, like he's silently saying, I got you. Don't even think about leaving. Subtle, strange, but not exactly alarming. Just enough to raise an eyebrow, something most people would brush off. But then comes the real shocker. In another photo, things take a weirder turn, and fans noticed it right away. Even without expert insight, you can tell something's off. But body language specialist Blanca Cobb broke it down. Holding your partner by the neck when you could have easily placed your hand on their back.
Your relationship was a business relationship, financial, to get to the top, to become billionaires. There's no love there.
That's not just awkward, it screams control. She didn't flat out say it was aggressive, but pointed out how the gesture gives off a vibe of possession. And here's the kicker. Beyonce, in that moment, doesn't lean in or return the touch. She actually seems to be pulling away a bit. We can't see her face, so we can't fully read her, but one thing's clear. Jay makes sure the world sees that Bey is his, every single time. Some fans say it's sweet, but others feel like Jay treats Beyonce more like a possession than a partner. And what really stands out? She doesn't seem to enjoy his touch. Blanca Cobb weighed in, saying Jay is way more physically affectionate than Bey. That's how he shows love, out in public, always touching, always holding. But Beyonce, she rarely initiates anything. She just allows it.
So I thought, all right, I sent the assistant to go run and grab 3 5-hour energies. I think I had one, B had one, and I think her assistant her cousin Angie had one. So we all have a 5-hour energy. It gives us a little bit of a boost. We feel a little bit better about ourselves. If any of you have had one of those energy shots, it really does give you a nice jolt of energy.
Cobb made it clear. You can't judge a whole relationship from pictures alone. But it is strange that touch matters so much to Jay. And Bey barely responds. So why wouldn't she be more into PDA with her own husband? That's where it gets shady. Maybe it has something to do with all those claims that she was handed off to Jay as part of some business deal. She tells the world she's in love. But when the cameras flash, her body language says something different. That's the part that really flips the script. It wasn't about love, it was all business.
And so at some point, maybe half an hour later, we start recording a 4th song. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I guess we're really going to keep going here. We get a 4th song done. Now I'm guessing it's about noon, maybe 1 o'clock. So we've been at the studio for close to 24 hours now. And I thought, okay, now for sure she's going to go home. She doesn't go home.
And guess who backed that up? Beyonce's own former bodyguard confirmed it straight up. If this came from some random blind item or anonymous source, fans might have brushed it off. But this is coming from Beyonce's former bodyguard, a man who saw it all up close. He wasn't just guessing, he lived inside their world. And he didn't just hint that Bey and Jay had a contract marriage, he straight up confirmed it. On top of that, he claimed Bey was using substances too. That's not gossip.
So we start recording a 5th song. Now at this point, I'm like, oh, we're in this for the long haul. We're probably not going to go home at 4 p.m. Like she's probably going to stay. When you book a studio, you book like in blocks, right? And she might book 24-hour blocks. So once you pass that 24 hours, like you might as well stay. You're into the next day already, right? And so now I realize, all right, we're going to be here all night. We're going to be here for probably close to 40 hours.
That's an insider spilling serious tea. Here's where it gets real strange. Ron, the bodyguard, has vanished. Just a few months ago, he was all over the internet, dropping bombs and stirring up major drama. Now, gone. Like he disappeared into thin air. And fans are freaked out. Some believe he may have passed away. Others think he's in hiding, scared for his life after exposing too much truth. Either way, his silence is loud. The only reason someone like Ron would be silenced? If he was actually telling the truth, especially about Beyonce using substances, and if Jay-Z was giving her anything, it wouldn't be too far-fetched. Because truth is, Bey's had struggles behind the scenes. She's always told the media she stays clean, but one music producer shared a wild story that says otherwise. He claimed Beyonce once accidentally poisoned herself with 5-hour energy after downing too many just to stay awake for over 40 hours and finish recording 6 songs. He was right there in the studio with her when it all went down. By that point, any normal person would have tapped out and gone home to crash. But not Beyonce. She kept pushing, jumped straight into recording a 3rd track without blinking. The producer said he needed a boost just to keep up. And that's when Bey showed him what kind of machine she really is. Her grind was non-stop, almost scary. And then it happened. Beyonce pushed way past her limit, leaving the producer completely stunned. He couldn't believe how far she was willing to go just to get the work done. That post-session vacation she had lined up, canceled. Bey ended up getting sick from overworking herself. Pushing way too hard in the studio left her completely drained and out of commission. When fans heard about that studio incident, most were blown away by Beyonce's work ethic. No doubt, her hustle is unmatched. But if you zoom out for a second, it also shows something deeper. She's willing to push her body way past its limit, even if it means relying on substances. Some fans think it's just the industry grind she's used to, but others believe it's something darker, that years of being dosed may have messed with her nervous system to the point where she can't function without it. At this point, there are way too many red flags when it comes to her and Jay-Z's relationship. And now, 50 Cent's bringing it all to light, asking the questions no one else dares to. So what do you think? Is Beyonce really under someone else's control? And is Jay-Z gonna go after 50 next for airing this out? If you think Jay wouldn't go that far, you might want to look into who else has mysteriously gone silent after speaking out. Make sure to like, subscribe, drop a comment, and share your thoughts. And I'll see you in the next one.
Help it, man. This is real life that we're talking about. We're not talking about dingleberries and applesauce. It's real life.
And that's always been my whole thing, and have lost businesses because I don't bend over in that way. I don't compromise. I don't play gay roles. I don't kiss a man. I don't do that.
You do it, right?
Yeah.
I know you've been heavy on social media talking about it.
He did it. And I'm the only one who's been vocal about this long before it actually. But I also didn't participate. I also didn't go to those parties.
No. Puffy invited me for weeks, asking me to come and teach him how to, wanted me to be his acting coach for a while. He wants to hang out with you next week. And I was like, for what? He's like, I think he's trying to f*** you.
Terrence Howard worked on my first film, Get Rich or Die Trying with me. He's a good friend of mine.
Just when it seemed like the Diddy chaos couldn't get any crazier, bam! 50 Cent jumps in with a wild claim, saying he might have actually saved Terrence Howard from getting pulled into Diddy's freaky world. But hold up, it gets even messier. Terrence is finally breaking his silence and calling out names. He's exposing how some big industry men never told Diddy no, and how they were more than ready to trade in their pride at those infamous FO parties. Terrence says he barely dodged the madness himself. And here's where things go off the rails. Diddy's team allegedly reached out to Terrence, asking him to be part of a docu-series. Did he accept? From what's being said, Terrence and 50 were actually planning to spill everything. Now the big question, who said yes to Diddy? Some huge names are being thrown around, and a few of your favorite rappers might be on that list. This story is spiraling fast. So does 50 Cent really have the receipts ready to drop in that docu-series and expose everyone who pulled up to Diddy's wild parties? And what really went down when Diddy allegedly tried to reel Terrence Howard into one of those scenes? Let's break this madness down.
I'm always right. It's like when I'm right, I'm right. And when I'm wrong, I could have been right. So I'm still right because I could have been wrong.
In case you missed it, Terrence Howard recently hit up the PBD podcast and gave one insane interview. He opened up about how some big names in the game straight up traded their integrity for access at those high-level industry parties. But then it got even deeper. Terrence didn't hold back, saying that exact kind of shady stuff is what went down at Diddy's parties too.
Do all those things. When you give up those things, but when you give up your manhood, I've never seen somebody recover from it. That was all the people that went to the Puffy party.
He hinted that plenty of celebs didn't walk out the same way they walked in. And when host Patrick Bet David name-dropped Justin Bieber, suggesting he might have been caught up in Diddy's twisted world, Terrence didn't deny it. In fact, he backed it up, saying you can see how some of these stars are still carrying the weight of what went down. Whatever happened at those parties left marks, and not the kind that fade.
That was all the people that went to the Puffy parties. That was all the people that did all those things thinking that there was never going to be a consequence for what they were doing. Got punked out and pimped out by some greater desire. You shouldn't have a greater desire than being a man. So I believe that's a big problem with a lot of the actors out there because they get fluid. And next thing you know, once you go fluid, it's gone. You don't have any foundation to pull yourself back from. So maintain your man card, no matter what.
But Terrence didn't stop there. He dropped a serious bomb. He claimed Diddy actually tried to make a move on him. According to Terrence, it started off innocent. Diddy hit him up, acting like he needed some help with his acting game. Then suddenly, Diddy switched it up and started showing interest in Terrence's music. That's when Terrence's assistant stepped in and warned him. Something felt off, real off.
Did you ever have the opportunity where you got invited and you said no to it?
Hell yeah.
What was the
Hell
consequences
yeah.
when you said no?
Puffy invited me for weeks, asking me to come and teach him how to, wanted me to be his acting coach for a while. Go there and he's sitting around just looking. I'm like, okay, what's the material you want to work on? He's just looking at me. Then next thing you know, okay, hey, will you help me? I want to hear your music. So I come over there and I play the music, and he's sitting there just looking at me, like waiting. Okay. So then my assistant was like, he wants to hang out with you next week. And I was like, for what? He's like, I think he's trying to f*** you.
But here's the kicker. Diddy wasn't the only one pulling shady moves. Terrence said he had run-ins with other major producers too, all of them throwing weird backdoor offers his way. Terrence made it clear he stood his ground. He wasn't about to sell himself out, no matter what the offer was. And because of that, he says he lost out on some huge Hollywood deals. He kept it real, and that came with a price.
To be hands-off with somebody. A number of producers coming to make the approach, and you threaten to punch them in the mouth, or threaten to knock their head off for talking to you or looking at you like you're a woman. When you approach a real man about his masculinity, you're going to get a real reaction back. It's a difference when a guy walks in a room and when a man walks into a room. And a man don't take the same things that a guy will accept. So always be the man in the room.
But he wasn't about to bend over, in any sense of the word. So as you'd expect, social media exploded once Terrence's interview started circulating. Folks couldn't stop talking.
You see some guys struggling with that. You see Bieber struggling with that. You see some of these guys struggling with that.
They can't get it out of their head. They can't get it out of their head. The things that they did, no matter how they did it, whether they were drunk or high or whatever, you gave up your man card. You need therapy. And that's the thing that hurts them the most. And so they end up on drugs, end up every way to try and get rid of any principles there are. And that's what the business does. And the women that trade their bodies to go and get the role, they get to the point where they have their Oscar, they have their money, but they don't have their dream. They don't have the soul that they started with. So it's like achieving don't mean anything. If I get all the Nobel Prizes from doing all of this, but in the process I have to trade out all of my integrity to do it so that they can stay in place, what benefit is that if I lose my integrity? You got to go in as a principal.
The craziest part? Most celebs are staying dead silent like they've never even met Diddy. Except for a few bold ones like 50 Cent and Cat Williams, everyone else is acting like they don't know a thing. Right now, Terrence is the only major star who's openly said Diddy tried to get with him. That's a bold move, and people are watching. And speaking of 50 Cent, he recently shared more details about his upcoming documentary on Diddy. When asked why he's one of the few speaking out, he kept it real and said it's simple.
He do it, right?
Yeah.
I know
He did it.
You've been heavy on social media talking about it.
He did it. And I'm the only one who's been vocal about this long before it actually.
Oh, you've been saying this for a long time now, and then no one was, they're just, why is he saying this? And now it's coming out like crazy. I mean,
But I also didn't participate. I also didn't go to those parties.
Yeah.
So a lot of the celebrity culture that you don't hear saying anything is because they participated. So
was there a reason you never went to those parties back in the day? Obviously, I know what was going on there, but is there a reason you never did?
I'm just not with all that freaky shit. Like all of the stuff that he's doing, I'm not into that type of stuff. I'm just a little more, maybe you could say basic or normal.
Now Tyrese is stepping into the convo too. He shared a clip from Terrence's interview on Instagram and captioned it with, "No comment. I'm staying positive. God help us all." Meanwhile, 50's version of staying positive is flipping this whole Diddy drama into fuel for his Netflix doc, which promises to expose everything. Now here's where things get extra petty. Word on the street is that 50 Cent has already reached out to Terrence Howard, asking if he'd be down to join his documentary and spill even more tea about how Diddy allegedly tried to pull him into one of those infamous FO sessions.
When I say 50 Cent is unmatched, he is unmatched. His pettiness goes beyond anybody that has ever been petty in the hemisphere of pettyism in this damn universe. Child, 50 Cent made a bidding war off of Diddy Do It. Diddy Do It was bought by Netflix, baby. So this docuseries will be out about everything that has happened since Cassie has filed this lawsuit against Diddy. Leave 50 Cent out of everything because this man's pettiness is beyond compare.
And honestly, it's not shocking that 50 wants Terrence to be part of the Did He Do It series. These two have history. 50's backed Terrence before, especially when he spoke out about getting scammed out of millions and getting blackballed by the big studios. They've both had their run-ins with Hollywood's darker side. Recently, Terrence has been raising his voice louder than ever, calling out inequality in the industry. But he says it ain't just about money. It's deeper. He believes there's a push in Hollywood to strip black men of their masculinity. He said he was labeled difficult just because he wouldn't take on roles that required him to wear a dress or play gay characters. He also reacted to Taraji P. Henson's claim about being underpaid in Hollywood as a black woman. His response? He wasn't shocked at all. He said this kind of disrespect has been happening for years. Then Terrence brought up his own experience in Hustle and Flow. He admitted that if he had known how Hollywood really worked back then, he might have made some different choices. That movie was a huge hit when it dropped in 2005. Paramount released it, and it raked in over $75 million at the box office. But guess how much Terrence made from it? Just $12,000. Yup, you read that right. 12 grand for a lead role in a blockbuster.
Transformative. No, check this out. I made $12,000 for doing Hustle and Flow. And then on top of it, what Paramount did, instead of putting my name as Terrence Howard performing the songs, they put performed by DJ. Well, they own DJ. So guess what? The performance royalties went to Paramount. They went,
Wait a minute. They didn't go to Terrence Howard. They went to
$12,000. That's all I ever made from Hustle and Flow.
Terrence says he's seriously considering suing Paramount to finally get what he's owed from the last 20 years. And this story's far from over. Terrence also dropped another bomb. He said he was only paid $6,000 for his role in Crash, a film that went on to win an Oscar. That's beyond wild.
Sue Paramount or send them a letter.
Are you serious?
I gotta send them a letter to say, hey, you guys owe me about 20 years worth of residuals and performance royalties. But I didn't know, I was just trying to pay my rent then. I made $6,000 doing Crash. Crash didn't.
I remember the movie Crash. Yes, that's right. That's right.
The business don't pay actors anything. That's why the strike is going on. Actors are struggling.
When 50 Cent caught wind of all this, he didn't waste a second. He jumped in and offered to help both Terrence and Taraji. He told them to come over to G-Unit Film and TV, promising he'd actually pay them what they deserve. No games. Now that Terrence is speaking out against Diddy, 50's longtime enemy, it feels like the perfect moment for them to join forces and expose it all. But the real question still lingers. Who actually said yes? Terrence didn't sugarcoat it. He straight up said that a lot of men in the industry gave up their man card by letting Diddy take advantage of them. And let's be real, you can probably guess a few of the names floating around. Insiders say 50 Cent is all in on this upcoming documentary and ready to drag every name into the light. So, who's up next on the chopping block? One name that keeps circling back is none other than Jay-Z. Even though Jay's been acting distant lately, like he and Diddy were never even tight, the receipts say otherwise. Before all the scandal broke loose, Diddy used to call Jay his extended family, and even claimed Jay was his strategist, the first one he'd call when things went south. And let's not forget that clip where Diddy mentioned Jay-Z skipped Blue Ivy's recital just to perform at the Bad Boy 20th anniversary show. If that doesn't scream loyalty, what does? But now, Jay's ghosting the whole situation.
A lot of things, man. Most importantly, he had a recital that he has to be at the Feud. But I reached out to him, and I told him that this right here was important. Bad Boy celebrating 20 years of hits. And this is extended family. You've been there with me through my ups and downs. And this is extended family. You've been there with me through my ups and downs. Whenever I get in trouble, this is the one I call. It's my strategist right here. This is my brother. It's B.I.G.'s brother. Yes, sir. It's Brooklyn's own Brooklyn.
Now Jay-Z's out here claiming he and Diddy were never really that close. But how do you miss a major moment like your daughter's recital just to share a stage with someone you're not friends with? That's not adding up. Let's rewind to 2023, when Diddy hopped in the car for carpool karaoke with James Corden. He flat out said Jay is the only person, besides his mama, who's allowed to call him by his government name.
Not approved.
No, you're not.
Okay.
I love you, but Sean
I'm not,
is a
I'm
whole
not there
different.
yet. I
like,
appreciate that. I'm
if I
not there
had-
yet.
You know, yeah.
Who is Sean approved from the world of entertainment?
There's only one person.
Oh, go on.
And I call him Sean. That's Jay-Z. We call each other Sean.
Okay.
Yeah. Nobody else could call me Sean.
He's
And
the only person who's Sean approved.
There's not a single person that
Outside
should be,
of family?
That should be outside of my mother.
Okay, just
that
your
should be
mother.
calling me. Yeah, that should be calling me Sean.
That doesn't sound like a casual acquaintance. And just a few months before Cassie dropped her lawsuit in November 2023, Diddy was honored with a BET Lifetime Achievement Award. Guess who recorded a personal tribute for him? Yup, Jay-Z. And that's not something he does for just anybody. Oh, and don't forget that video floating around. Jay all oiled up and shirtless in Diddy's house while Diddy's there singing happy birthday to him. That doesn't exactly scream just industry peers, does it?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear friend. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
This is a special birthday for both of us.
Yeah.
But hold up, don't sleep on the game, because he's also rumored to be featured in Tyrese's upcoming documentary. Back in 2022 on Drink Champs, the game revealed that Diddy approached him about doing an album, but for 2 whole years, no music was made. Instead, they just flew around the world while Diddy showered him with luxury gifts. Then when the game pulled up on Vlad TV after the Diddy allegations hit the fan, he mentioned it again. 2 years of kicking it with Diddy, no tracks recorded, just non-stop partying, especially down in Atlanta.
I started kicking it with Diddy, right? I ran around with Diddy for 2 years. And this Diddy, we never went to the studio one time, but he was like, yo, with your demo, that you know, bad boy. Hey, Playboy, hey, here go a watch, Playboy, here go a chain, Playboy. I'm like, yo, we ever gonna rap? This nigga like, nah.
I was doing it for 2 years.
Yo, but the jet leaves at 5. We going to Miami, Playboy. We going to, you know what I'm saying? We going to New York. We in ATL this weekend, Playboy, pop out. And I was going everywhere with Diddy.
And if you think that's wild, this is only the beginning. There's way more where that came from. More big names might be getting pulled into Tyrese's upcoming documentary, starting with Diddy's longtime friend and producer, Stevie J. Stevie was actually named in that wild lawsuit filed by producer Lil Rod, who claimed Diddy straight up bragged about hooking up with him. And when 50 Cent called Stevie out for defending Diddy, Stevie clapped back way too hard, like real defensive. So now everyone's watching to see what 50's gonna drop about him in the doc. Something's definitely brewing.
I don't know whatever someone does in their bedroom, that's what they do. I don't got nothing to do with that. I'm just here to say that I've never seen my man doing anything foul like they talking about.
None of it. All of it. I mean, you know.
I've never seen it. I've known him for 29 years. And then it's like with guys like 50, you know what I'm saying? Like Uncle Tom cats like that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you want to put me, I don't know if y'all saw the post where 50 posted about me. Of course you guys seen it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I mean, 50 has been going after Diddy and everybody associated with him for months now, ever since the Cassie lawsuit.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But, you can't brush under the rug. I don't see anybody reporting about what Tatted Up Holly said about him beating her up and about, you know what I'm saying, his other baby mom saying beating her up. I just look at it as, he wants to bring the black community down worse than anyone else.
Then there's Machine Gun Kelly, who used to be signed to Bad Boy and was often seen partying hard with Diddy. MGK even hinted that he witnessed some wild stuff going on around Diddy. But of course, he kept the details to himself.
It's not normal. You kick it around him, it's like, his whole life is like, it's crazy to look at, you know what I'm saying? Because I make sure I keep my normality all the time. But that motherfucker's like a walking corporation. It's nuts.
For now. And we can't forget DJ Khaled and Rick Ross. According to Diddy's former staffer, Jonathan Oy, both of them got exposed too. And whatever he said must have been spicy, because people are still trying to piece together what really went down. During his police questioning, Jonathan claimed Diddy hired him specifically for those freak-off sessions, and it gets even wilder. He said that after he caught an STD from Diddy, he tried to speak up, and that's when Diddy allegedly sent Rick Ross to silence him. According to Jonathan, Diddy, Rick Ross, and DJ Khaled were all regulars at those wild parties, and he even said they were all involved personally.
Diddy and Ross, which they good buddies, okay? They're gay. Who? Both. Diddy and Ross. And Khaled. They're all gay, okay?
DJ Khaled, Rick Ross, and P. Diddy?
Yeah.
They all gay?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So yeah, as Terrence Howard put it, a whole lot of men in the industry might have handed over their man card at Diddy's infamous parties. And truth be told, we've only scratched the surface. There's a lot more names that haven't even been brought up yet. Basically, if someone used to be seen partying with Diddy and now they're acting like they never even met the man, yeah, side-eye them hard. Now all we can do is wait for 50 Cent's explosive Did He Do It docuseries to drop. But until then, what do you think about Terrence Howard's claims that Diddy tried to smash him? And who else do you think should get exposed next? Hit that like button, share this with your crew, drop a comment below with your thoughts, and don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss the next bombshell episode. See you on the next one.
Can't believe people play with people's intelligence the way they play with people's intelligence and intellect. You know, the way they do today. You know, people are telling lies for a living. You know what I mean? They actually lying to y'all for a living, but
you know what's a sucker to me? A sucker is a who pick who he fight with. Right. Like if you sitting and you I'm not going because this. I won't fuck with him, but I'll with this one. Yeah, I think I can take him.
Right.
You want to fight the you think you can beat.
And I called Jay Prince and them out. I'm saying,
He didn't say nothing to whack. So when you come talking to me, I feel like you're very selective. This is exactly what I meant last week when I was talking about street is being selective.
Prince called 50 a complete hypocrite, exclaiming, "If Big Meech is a snitch, then 50 is basically a cop. Ouch!" Now, Jay Prince is allegedly hurling threats at 50 Cent for dissing Big Meech and suggesting there might be consequences if 50 doesn't stop branding Meech as a rat. As we all know, 50 Cent isn't the type to stay silent when someone throws shade his way, and this time, it appears Jay Prince might have poked the wrong bear. There are so many layers to this drama, and Jay Prince's history doesn't exactly paint him in the best light. He's been connected to a slew of shady activities, from rumors of extortion to questionable dice games, and even accusations that he and his son were involved in Takeoff's death. This backdrop means that if 50 decides to go full throttle and expose all of Jay Prince's dirty laundry, he's got a treasure trove of material to work with. In fact, 50 has already seemingly responded to Jay Prince's rumored threats on Instagram, reminding everyone just how he handles his business. When someone tries to play him, 50 Cent doesn't just sit back, he claps back hard. But is Jay Prince really stepping up for Big Meech? What exactly did he say to threaten 50? And is he making a colossal mistake by targeting the pettiest man in the industry? Let's dive into this. Here's the scoop. Yes, 50 Cent is still relentlessly pressing Big Meech over those snitching claims. 50 isn't backing down, but he's not the only one stirring the pot. Recently, Top 5 took to social media to slam the former Kingpin for hitting up his DMs. In a fiery video, he branded Big Meech a rat and called out to 50 saying, "50 Cent, come get this fake 60-year-old Kingpin out of my DMs before I lose it. Hashtag Big Screech." It didn't take long for 50 to jump on this and troll Big Meech even harder. He reshared Top 5's video and quipped in the caption, "He probably just wanted to borrow some cash from you, gangsta, LOL." While most of the industry is steering clear of this chaos, hoping to avoid getting tangled in 50's ongoing feud with Big Meech, Jay Prince decided to throw himself into the fray uninvited. Recent buzz from gossip blogs suggests that Jay Prince has been dropping hints of disdain on his Instagram stories, accusing 50 of exploiting Big Meech for clout. It looks like Jay Prince couldn't keep himself out of the fray, even though he wasn't originally part of the drama. Allegedly, Jay Prince posted and swiftly deleted a controversial message claiming Big Meech was worth over $100 million before his imprisonment. He accused 50 Cent of leveraging Meech's life story to profit, handing him a mere $5 million while claiming he invented the BMF brand. But the plot thickens. Insiders suggest Jay Prince isn't just talking. He's allegedly pulling strings in the background, threatening to unleash his crew on 50 to muzzle him. Yet 50 is far from intimidated. In a bold move, he shared a clip from Training Day, signaling to everyone that no matter the challenge, he's ready and unshakable, accompanied by the caption, "Get the message." Now, fans are mocking Jay Prince, advising him to stay in his lane, asserting he surely doesn't want to spark 50's ire or draw unwanted scrutiny to his own dubious reputation. For those who might not know, Jay Prince is the CEO and co-founder of Rap-A-Lot Records, a cornerstone of Houston's hip-hop scene. Self-proclaimed as the King of Houston, he acts as if he runs the entire city. It's an unspoken rule that whenever major rappers visit H-Town, Jay Prince emerges as their unofficial protector, ensuring they navigate the city safely. However, not everyone is convinced by the so-called Protection Act. The word on the street suggests Jay Prince and his son Jazz might actually be orchestrating a full-blown extortion racket. And as if that weren't sketchy enough, there are swirling rumors about the dice games they host in Houston, where artists allegedly get set up for a quick score. These whispers grew louder following the tragic death of Takeoff. Yet, Takeoff wasn't the first to meet a grim fate after attending one of Jazz Prince's notorious dice nights. Just a couple of months prior, Chicago's Duke the Jeweler hit it big, pocketing $100,000. However, his luck turned lethal quickly. He was reportedly ambushed, robbed, and murdered before he could even reach his car. In the aftermath of Takeoff's death, many pointed fingers at Quavo, arguing he should have steered clear of Jay Prince and his Mob Ties crew, especially considering the recent violent incident involving Duke the Jeweler. Amidst all the dark murmurs about the Prince family, the consensus was that Quavo should have kept his distance. Regarding the man accused of the shooting, Patrick Xavier Clark, he has been officially indicted by a grand jury for Takeoff's murder. Despite nearly 3 years passing since the crime, a trial date has yet to be set. Adding to the shadowy aura, just a day after Patrick Xavier Clark's arrest, he mysteriously posted a $1 million bond and secured house arrest. Now fast forward to November 2023, and suddenly everything changed. Clark was freed from house arrest, no ankle monitor required, with only a 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. curfew to adhere to, and that's not even the most shocking part. Court documents state that Clark can't contact any witnesses, victims, or Takeoff's family, which notably includes Jay Prince Jr. Furthermore, the court has prohibited any communication between Clark and Jay Prince Sr. Fans are giving this whole situation the side eye, puzzled over how someone moves from house arrest to nearly free reign with just a curfew. It's bizarre how this case continues to twist and turn, yet they still refuse to set a trial date. And here's the latest dramatic twist. Patrick Xavier Clark is firmly maintaining his innocence, and his attorney, Letitia Canonis Hollins, recently told Rolling Stone that her client didn't fire the shots that killed Takeoff, but she didn't stop there. She went after the investigators next. She criticized the so-called evidence against Clark. She argues that the video footage and ballistics being used are inconsistent, and when the trial finally begins, she's prepared to dismantle their entire case. She insists someone else triggered the gunfire. It wasn't Patrick Clark Kennis. Hollins told Rolling Stone he was in the same situation as Takeoff, just trying to make it out alive. He wasn't part of the argument that erupted. He was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time when the shooting started. Now, revisiting those rumors about Jay Prince orchestrating rapper setups through dice games, numerous industry insiders have spoken out, including Whack 100, who accused Jay Prince's son of running a rigged dice game scam targeting visiting rappers in Houston. Whack 100 also advised artists to steer clear of Jazz Prince's dice games, branding them nothing more than a straight-up scam. He even suggested that Quavo and Takeoff might have been ensnared in some dubious dealings, potentially igniting the series of events that led to Takeoff's tragic demise. And get this, Whack 100 didn't just stop with the Prince family. He also implicated Lil Boozy in the drama, accusing him of participating in the dice game setup that culminated in Duke the Jeweler's death. When Jazz Prince was confronted with these allegations, he quickly dismissed them, denying any acquaintance with Duke the Jeweler. He asserted that his dice games were unrelated to the deaths of Duke or Takeoff, and brushed off the accusations as mere rumors. However, the cloud of allegations surrounding J. Prince and his dubious activities continues to linger. His name has been associated with extortion rumors for years, but it's only recently that these accusations have catapulted him into the spotlight. Consider, for instance, the incident in July 2020 when NBA YoungBoy was robbed in Houston. So allegedly, J. Prince's crew pulled up to YoungBoy's Airbnb, but they weren't just grabbing random items. They swiped his flashy chains and even the keys to his $350,000 Bentley. Far from keeping it on the down low, these guys actually flaunted their heist on social media, showcasing a white Bentley, a white Rolls Royce, and a white 2020 McLaren GT. Here's where it gets even murkier. The crew didn't just snatch NBA YoungBoy's belongings for kicks, they also demanded a $30,000 ransom for their return. This move had people suspecting another one of J. Prince's extortion schemes, adding to the suspicion J. Prince took to Instagram to declare he had YoungBoy's chains and keys, casually inviting him to come and retrieve them. But YoungBoy wasn't playing along. He saw through the facade and felt like J. Prince was just trying to hustle him for more money. He fired back, denouncing J. Prince as a shady character who disguises extortion as a check-in protocol for rappers landing in Houston. And it's not just YoungBoy who's fed up with J. Prince's antics. Cameron and Maze also recently threw some shade at Prince, accusing him of setting up YoungBoy and allowing his protege, Drake, to be humiliated by Kendrick. Lamar, by the way, Kamon and Mace's beef with J. Prince kicked off when Prince tried to strong-arm them into backing off their criticism of New Jersey boxer Shakur Stevenson, whom he manages. Kamen and Mace were unimpressed by Stevenson's recent world title defense and didn't hold back on their platform. J. Prince, however, wasn't letting it slide. He hopped onto Instagram with a slick warning, telling them to block all of Stevenson's shots and take all bets. He posted, "Numbers don't lie. Haters do. Let the haters say he's boring and nobody wants to watch him. Sorry to tell you, it's just a select few of you haters." As you can see, he has the #1 ratings in any fight on ESPN this year, and the top 3 ratings since 2022. And for those haters wanting to escalate their hate outside of the ring, I'm Shakur's manager and handle all his business outside of it. Despite the threat, Cam and Mace remained undeterred and continued to call out J. Prince, mocking him for acting like a street tough at his age. Given J. Prince's controversial reputation, fans are now ridiculing him for even thinking about confronting 50 Cent and getting involved in the Big Meech drama. Critics argue that with so much suspicious activity already linked to his name, J. Prince is playing with fire by starting a war with someone like 50, who has built his entire brand on exposing others. If 50 decides to spotlight J. Prince, it won't be pretty. He has a wealth of material to use, from dice game rumors to alleged extortion tactics and everything in between. Knowing 50, he won't just expose J. Prince, he might just turn it into a blockbuster drama. What are your thoughts on J. Prince jumping into this Big Meech drama and allegedly threatening 50? Is he making a mistake, or does he have a valid point? Drop your comments below. And if you enjoyed this breakdown, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video. See you on the next one.